This, everyone, is Augsburg in Germany. Beautiful part of Europe, beautiful city, so much history, so much wonderful architecture. And it is where we are bringing you all the action from our final International Canoe Federation Canoe Slalom World Cup for 2025. This is where it will all be decided over the next 2.5 days. We are going to crown some gold medalists, but we're also going to crown some overall champions for 2025. My name is Ross Solly. It's my great privilege to be here bringing you all the action, semi-final action in women's and men's kayak. Yes, believe it or not, we are back with semi-finals. It hasn't been part of the program this year, but it is for the final World Cup. This is double points on offer as well in the overall World Cup standings. We have 30 of the best women and 30 of the best men who are all competing over the next hour and a half or so to get into the finals later today. 12 athletes from each will go through to the finals. With me in the commentary is Australian world champion Ros Lawrence. Ros, great racing this morning, a tough course. It certainly caught out a lot of the athletes, but now we're left with 30 and soon we'll be left with 12.
Hi Ross, yes, how exciting. There was such great racing earlier today. In Augsburg, the course is always challenging, unique water, but we always see our really great paddlers doing well, and locals like Canoe-Kayak have absolutely smashed the competition out of the water in the heats, but it can happen in the semis and final. So I'm super excited to see what happens in a few hours.
So there we have 25 gates, as you can see, 6 upstream gates, and lots of opportunities on this course to make up time, but also lots of opportunities for athletes to come unstuck as well. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they attack the race this afternoon. So the champions came to the fore, and certainly it was Germany's morning on the water, and the fastest qualifier in the women's was Ricarda Funk with a 106.71 for Ricarda Funk. And in the men's, there was also another German, Noah Hege, who qualified fastest with a 93.60. So again, Ros, we talk about local knowledge and having that experience at your own course or areas where you spend a lot of time. And I mean, if you look at those results from this morning, would seem to indicate that the Germans especially did feel pretty comfortable on that course today.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always advantage in canoe slalom. The Germans are such great paddlers at all venues, and they are so fantastic and strong. It's such a great training venue here in Augsburg. There's 3 different with all 3 canals total, and there's small great fitness training. Yeah, the variety really makes it a good environment. The leaps are good on any course around the world, but typically in Augsburg we see the Germans dominating, and it's just makes racing, watching them really help with the moves.
Ros, we're having a little bit of a problem with your connection. Unfortunately, we're only getting every second or third word at the moment, so we might just try and fix that up if we can. Put a little bit of a break now before we get underway. Our first athlete will be on the course very, very soon. So we have 30 athletes who have got through from the original 45 for the women. Now, if you're just joining us, just to let you know the current standings as we go into this afternoon, bearing in mind that there are double points on offer. And it is Ricarda Funk who qualified fast. She's also the overall leader at the moment of the overall World Cup season with 192, but only 12 points ahead of Evie Leibfarth, and Kimberly Woods is there, and Eva Kosovar, and then Lois Lever, and they're all through into the semi-final. So this is wide open. Just 30 points separate the top 5 athletes in this field. So gives you an indication just how tight it is. And honestly, with double points up for grabs, anything could happen this afternoon. And we look at our first paddler on the course, that it is the Chinese paddler Shi Tingli, who is heading off down the course. Ros, I think we've got you back now. So yes, it is wide open in terms of the overall World Cup standings this afternoon. These athletes, having already been on the course once today, will have learned a lot, I think, from that, and probably spent a little bit of time. I mean, they had 2 hours, or for the women they had more than that. They had about a 3-hour break, I guess, to go back with. What would they do, Ros? Would they look at video of their runs, or would they just totally switch off and just try and get in the mind set for this afternoon's semi-finals?
Yes, Ross, very, very likely they would work from their run. Anything they want to do the same, any mistakes, they stop and they'd watch any other runs. Definitely a bit of rest, refueled, and ready for semis.
We are still having a little bit of trouble with that connection, so we will persevere. We'll see if we can get that fixed up for you as we look at Shi Tingli now coming down. Just the one touch so far, and so this has been a pretty good run. Just reminding you, the time this morning for Ricarda Funk was a 106.71. So there are 30 athletes here, of which the top 12 will go through. That's not a bad run, actually, for Shi Tingli, at 115.93. But we will have to wait and see now as Emanuela looked her over. Looked like she got stuck there a little bit at the top of the course, and now she's gone a little bit deep there on that upstream gate. So where we saw this morning the big problems were coming up. Here we go. Let's have a look at Emanuela looking her over. She goes through this little combination here is where there were problems. So getting across from 11 and 12 and 13 is a nasty little combination. There are a lot of 50-second penalties this morning in that area. So let's just see what the athletes have learned from that. And you can see looking her over there, just getting a little bit deep there as well, having to go back to gate 17. So she's losing a little bit of time at the bottom of the course as well. As you see on the side of the live scoring on the right-hand side of the screen, that as each gate goes past, it gets coloured. So you see that gone just past gate 21, and no touches there. Then the red numbers come up. That's the current split time. So at the moment, looking over well behind the time set by Shi Tingli, the Chinese athlete. So that's just to give you an update on how to follow the live updates in real time, the split times for these athletes. And if you're still trying to work out the rules of the sport, it's pretty simple really. There are two types of gates here. You see the red gates, like this one here. This one here is a green gate. They're called downstream gates. And Lois Lever going through the downstream gates. So you go straight through those. You don't need to go past them. You just make sure you go through those gates without touching them. And then you come down to we've got a long run here of green gates. You come down then to a red gate. Now there is a red gate. That's an upstream gate. So the athletes have to go past that gate, turn around, and go back through the gate. So Lois Lever has had a great season this year. She's had 2 bronze medals. She picked up a bronze in Po and a bronze in Prague. And as I mentioned, she's currently sitting 5th overall on the World Cup standings. And a good result here, first of all, she needs to get herself into the final, and then that would give her a real red-hot prospect of potentially challenging for a medal in the overall World Cup standings. But let's have a look now at Lois Lever. She's coming down, she's got a couple to go, and then she'll be into finish line, and she will go into the lead now with a 107.32. And that is pretty quick when you remember that Ricarda Funk this morning did a 106.71. So that is a very, very competitive time there for Lois Lever. I think that's going to be, that'll be pretty safe, I think, for her to get into the semi-final, given the times this morning. But we need to wait. There's a lot more to happen. But Lois Lever is currently the race leader with a 107.32. As we look at the Brazilian now, Omari Estacianeta, who has got a gate touch there. You see the 2 seconds, and she looks like she's going a little bit backwards there. She's lost a bit of direction for Estacianeta. Just struggling to get the flow going at the moment. Just trying to stay out of trouble, and that's the key. So we have judges who are on the side of the water. They're watching very, very closely. They make the initial calls. You might be able to see them in the background there. So you can see the judges there. They decide if an athlete has gone through and touched the gate or missed the gate. If they touch the gate at all, that's a 2-second penalty. If the judges deem that the athlete missed the gate, that is, didn't get their entire head and part of the boat between the gates, then that is a 50-second penalty. And in the history of the sport, I don't know too many athletes that have ever won a medal with a 50-second penalty. So then there's another group of judges who are sitting in a nice warm ground control. They will review the videos and any penalties that need to be had closer look at. They can look at all the different angles, and then they can overrule a decision taken on the side of the course, or they can institute a penalty of their own that didn't get picked up by the judges. So there's a lot of opportunities there. It's very highly scrutinized, of course. It's not infallible. People make mistakes, but we try as best. We've certainly, I think, in recent years improved the technology and made it a lot more friendly towards the athletes in terms of giving them a fairer go. As we look now at Aridia from Spain, who's on the course and has got just the one touch so far. Just working on my co-commentator, Ros Lawrence. She's got some microphone problems at the moment. We're just trying to fix those up. Lois Lever continues to lead from Xiting Li from China. Don't forget, straight after this, we'll be into the men's. We'll be straight into the men's semi-finals as well. I'll tell you what, there's an exciting race in there as well. Of course, one big name that's missing here is Jessica Fox, of course, and without wanting to sound like a broken record, we send our regards to Jess. I'm sure she's comfortably tucked up at home watching the semi-finals and itching to get back on the course, and hopefully see her at the World Championships in Penrith in a few weeks' time. As we look now to Zuzana Pankova, she heads down to try and make an impact. Certainly been very much an improved paddler this year. Would pretty much one of the favourites, you'd think, to get it up, to make it through to the top 12 if she's paddling anywhere near her best. She's had some great results this season. Of course, canoe is her strong hand, but certainly she's made an impact in the kayak. She's putting together a very nice run here. No touches yet for Zuzana Pankova, so she's keeping the boat clean, keeping it fast. Coming down here towards the bottom, you can see a little bit behind the split though. That's a very fast time though, I must say, from Lois Lever. So I think if you can get within a second or two of that time, then I think you'll be in a good mix for the finals. But let's have a look now. Zuzana Pankova. This is a tricky little combination as well. 2 downstream gates, and then this final upstream gate, and Zuzana Pankova is really going for it here. She comes down to the finish line, crosses now, goes into second position. That's going to be close. That'll be very, very close to a finals berth. I think I think that's what she's saying. She's saying it's going to be close. We have to wait and see. And we look at Nikita Setchel now. Can she? Ooh, there's a touch there, unfortunately, for Nikita. Can she join Lois Lever though at the top of the leaderboard? They've got so much depth in this women's British canoe team, and the men as well, by the way. But certainly with Mallory Franklin having a year off this year, and it's given the opportunity for a couple of athletes to step up, and they really have grabbed it with both hands. And Nikita Setchel now trying to get herself into a position where she can also perhaps finalists get through to a final later today. This venue, of course, Augsburg, famous as the venue for canoe slalom when it made its Olympic debut in 1972 for the Munich Games, and what an incredible moment that was at this very, very course. And the slalom didn't stay on the program, unfortunately, got dropped for the next few Olympics. Obviously very short-sighted hosts for the next few games, but then it was brought back for Barcelona, and we haven't looked back since. It's been very much a permanent part of the games since Barcelona. And front and centre, I'm sure, as Nikita Setchel goes through. And that's, yeah, look, that's a tough time, I think, for Nikita. 1:15. She might find that a little bit tough for a final spurt, but we have to wait and see. There's a few more athletes to go as we look at Chiara Sabatini now heading off down the course. So Lois Lever still sits there. You can see it's carry out. Oh dear, look at this. You can see the different difficulty there between 11 and 12. Again, just playing out. We've seen it pretty well throughout the day, and it continues to be problematic for all the athletes there. Quite a few challenges. Ross, do we want to try your microphone again and see if it's working now?
Hi Ross, I am back. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear.
That's much better. That's a lot better. At least we can hear you now, so yes. So while you've been fixing up your camera, I just mentioned Lois Lever has come out and really nailed a great run, and a time only 1 second slower than Ricarda Funk this morning, Ros. So Lois Lever once again continuing the really good form that we've seen her display all season this year, being very, very consistent.
That's fantastic news, Ross. I'm sure that Lois will be happy with that. Looks like she had a great run. Chiara Sabatini from Italy looking pretty tired. It is physically exhausting on this course in Augsburg.
Yeah, it really is, and we just saw Katarina Bakova. She's picked up a 50-second penalty on gate number 8, so yeah, it still is difficult, and you're right, it is a physically exhausting course, and these athletes, if they get through, they're going to have to do a third run, and then they're going to have to go home, and a lot of these women will go home and have to back up again tomorrow, because most of them also do the canoe. So, and I guess some will also front up the next day for the kayak cross. So it is going to be a busy, hard-working 3 days for a lot of these athletes, but they're professionals, they train for this, and you'll expect that that they will not take a backward step over the coming days as Katarina Bakova heads down towards the bottom of the course. That 50-second penalty, though, is the problem for her. As we look at Victoria Us from Ukraine at the top of the course, and Victoria's had a pretty good weekend last weekend in Tussin, so the question is whether she can bring that form forward and go even faster this week. We always get excited with Victoria Us because we know what she's capable of. I know she's had some injury problems, Ros, but I think she's getting through those now, and it's just a confidence thing now for Victoria, I think.
Yeah, look, I've seen Vicky medal on Augsburg before, I'm pretty sure, so she's definitely capable here. She knows the course well. She spent plenty of time here training over the years. A little unstuck at the top of the course, but that doesn't have to mean she's not in touch with that final time. Losing a little bit of speed in a few places around these staggers, but I'm sure we can pick that up at the bottom of the course here.
So just reminding you the time you need to think of. So Ricarda Funk was a 106.7. Oh, there's a big touch there for Victoria on gate 17, unfortunately. 106.71 was the time this morning that Ricarda Funk posted it, and that was extraordinary. It was an extraordinary run. So lowest lever at the moment is a 107.32. and then there's almost 4 seconds to the next fastest time. So there's quite a bit of room there for the athletes to get under. But I think, unfortunately for Victoria, you can see there those split times. She's getting stuck a little bit here as well. It's not been the run for Victoria, and I don't think she'll be getting through to the final today.
That's okay. She's scoping out the course for C1 tomorrow, Ross. A little out of touch there for Vicky, but tomorrow is another day. Kimberly Woods looking very snappy at the top of the course. I hope she's riding that wave of success from last weekend and carrying that with her through the race today. She's a little down on the splits. I would love to see somebody come super close to that time from Ricardo, just to make it more exciting in the final. A little pressure on the locals.
I think there's plenty of people who are capable. I think Camille Prigent, for example, Kimberly, if she's anything, if she can recapture the form from last week, would certainly give that time a shake. I think that touch on gate 2 though is going to be make it a little bit difficult for her. But let's have a look. She's more than 4 seconds outside at the moment, so a little bit of work to do, Kimberly. But her main focus at the moment will be just to get through to the final and give herself a crack at maybe winning the medal again after winning last week, breaking through for her first kayak World Cup title. She's finishing off. She's picked up a bit of speed towards the bottom of the course. Nice little finish there. Let's have a look as she charges for the finish line now. Kimberly Woods, she's going to go into second position and not that far, second and a half behind her British teammate Lois Lever. So I'm going to put my head out here, and I'm going to say that that's going to be good enough. Ros Lawrence, I reckon that's good enough for both Lois Lever and Kimberly Woods. I know we've got a lot of athletes to go yet. We're only 11 athletes into a 30-athlete final. But I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I'm going to say that Lois Lever and Kimberly Woods have both done enough to get through.
Yeah, fingers crossed for those two girls. It's always exciting to have the British in the final. There are still 19 paddlers to go, as you said, Ross, so absolutely anything could happen. So many big names still to come. Eva-Elina Hosheva on the start line here. It's a unique start at Augsburg. Very considerate of them to put that nice handle there to hang on to. But you go straight in to a stop across into an upstream. The feature at Augsburg, Ross, have fun names. So we have the washing machine, there's the zoom plume, and that big rock below the bridge is called Moby Dick.
Right. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Well, of course, Moby Dick, many people are familiar with the Moby Dick story, so hopefully there'll be no one come marooned on that today, though, or get swallowed by it more than anything. Don't get swallowed by the rock when you get down the bottom. So Eva-Elina Hosheva comes into this having had a great weekend last weekend, picking up the silver medal on her home course in Tussen. Can she put together 2 runs in a row, though? This is going to be the big challenge. She looks like she's got the boat moving well. Ros, she looks like she's paddling pretty well, actually. She's got some good speed up here, so she just needs to make sure that she can... This is the tricky little part here. Let's see how she goes between 11 and 12. Nice. That was very nice, in fact.
Yeah, she's absolutely fighting for it. Got a lot of speed on the boat. That little move there in that stagger is called a back off in a stagger, where the paddlers paddle backwards for a moment. And that just shows how hard that stagger is. When you see paddlers starting to use the back off technique, you know it's a really tough stagger. We saw a few 50s there in the qualification, but none for Eva-Elina, fortunately. Super nicely done in this stagger here. Fighting a little for the line, but I think she's on a solid run.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate that split time is, because that tells us she's 4.5 seconds out, which seems... Let's have a look now. She comes down to us. Oh, there's a touch there, though, on 23, so it might be slipping away from her, unfortunately, I think, for Eva-Elina. Let's wait down, though. Oh, and she's gone low there as well, and touched the gate. So that's not going to be great. Unfortunately, Eva-Elina Hosheva, she crosses into 7th, but that is, yeah, she's not happy. I think, ooh, don't want to be that boat right now. I think she knew there, Ros, that she had such a positive start, and just it fell away from her down the bottom of the course. As we look now at Evie Liebfart, currently sitting second on the overall World Cup standings, had that win in Prague. And, ooh, gee, she's riding her luck there through 10, 11, 12, but she gets away with it by the skin of her teeth. And it's, as a result, putting together, look at this. This is a really nice run. I think she's going to be in a position, if she holds this together, to challenge for top 2 or 3 position. It's a nice run here from Evie. She's always, I mean, she's so busy on the water, isn't she, Ros?
Evie has a really fast stroke rate. It works so well for her, though. She carries such great boat speed. She always keeps her boat really flat. Her body moves around a lot, but her boat is super flat, gliding over the water. And that's really important in slalom. It's part of why Evie's so successful. Also, she has nerves of steel. Always absolutely going for it. She is looking solid on this course, a little out of touch with the split, but it could still be enough to make that final.
See now as she comes down, crosses and goes into 3rd position. So, and she seems pretty happy with that, just a knowing nod. Again, I think it's going to be okay. I think it'll be okay, but let's just wait. Anthony Galaskova now on the course for the Czech Olympian from last year. Didn't see her last week. Haven't seen a lot of her this year, in fact, so let's just see how fresh she is and what she can bring to this semi-final. Certainly we know that if she is anywhere near her best, she should be able to challenge for a top 5 position, you would think. And she's putting together a good run here. No penalties yet, which is the important thing for Anthony Galaskova. No penalties and on track here for a pretty good time. Just 2.5 seconds or so outside split time, but that is certainly well within the range, Ros, to get into a position to give yourself a chance for that final.
Yeah, Anthony's such a talented young paddler. Her paddling style, her forward paddling really contrasts with Evie's. She's got a much slower stroke rate. It kind of looks like she's not pulling hard, but she still has so much boat speed. It's always really impressive to see people who paddle with that kind of style, I think. It almost looks effortless. Pity about that touch you called there, Ross.
Yeah, I think that might be crucial, that touch. We need to wait for the final time, but let's have a look. I think that has got away from her a little bit, unfortunately. She goes into 6th at a 1:15.10. Yeah, I think she knows that that's not going to be enough for her today, for Anthony Galaskova, as we now look to Monica Doria, who's got herself into a big problem at gate 7. Absolutely smacked that gate really, really hard. Actually, Ros, might be a good question for you, for people watching at home. How heavy are those gates? And if you do hit them with your face or, you know, drive your body into it, does it hurt a bit? I mean, can it give you a bit of a sting?
Yeah, they can hurt a little bit. It's definitely a good idea not to hit them with your face, even if it wasn't a penalty added to your time. They weight them so that the wind affects them less. If the wind picks up during racing, the more the poles move around, the harder it is for the paddlers and the judges as well. So yeah, generally good advice. Don't hit the poles with your face or anything else, really.
Yeah, it's canoe slalom. It's a simple sport for simple folk. Don't hit gates, don't miss gates, just get out there and get the job done. Monica Doria just had 2 gate touches, though. This is going to be tough for her as well, I think.
Yeah, I think she lost a little time in gate 7 as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Still absolutely attacking the bottom of the course, which is good to see. She's a real fighter. Never pays to give up, and you want to have something in the course that you're really happy with. She'll be back in the C1 tomorrow, Ross.
Yeah, we're halfway through. And Ria Shribar now, who's picked up a 50 on gate number 3 for the American Ria Shribar. So, gee, I tell you, Ros, a lot of athletes are still struggling with this course. I mean, it's a good course and it's an exciting course, but gee, there's some challenges out there, and some of these athletes are really finding it hard, which plays into the hands of the likes of Ricarda Funk and Cami Prigent and Claudia Zwolinska, those sorts of athletes who so experienced and will really lap up the challenge, I'm sure. But some of these other athletes are really finding it tough going.
Yeah, I think it's just the kind of course with some really crux moves, and that really separates the paddlers. Even the best paddlers out there can have a little mistake that has a high cost. We see that often in racing at Augsburg, especially these kind of like cross stockers into the upstream moves. There's a few of those and a lot of forced spins. You'll see the athletes are spinning above some of the downs, going through backwards rather than going directly down, and that just shows how hard the staggers are.
So unfortunately for Ria Shribar, there'll be no final for her. So just recapping the top of our leaderboard at the moment, the athletes who are looking in good position to qualify for the final. Lois Lever from Great Britain, currently 5th overall on the leaderboard, is sitting in the lead. Kimberly Woods, her British teammate, 3rd overall so far this season. She's sitting in 2nd position. Evie Liebfar, 2nd overall this season, is sitting in 3rd. And then Zuzana Pankova sits 4th, and Nikita Setchel sits in 5th position. Now, Gabby Satkova is on the course, and if there's one athlete who can come out and really challenge the top of this leaderboard, it is Gabby Satkova. She is such a formidable paddler in both the kayak and the canoe, and is really putting together, well, in fact, looks like she might have had some trouble at the top of the course, judging by those split times. She looks like she might have got stuck somewhere. I missed that at the top of the course. Roz, I don't know whether you saw anything, but those split times certainly seem a bit slow for Gabby Satkova.
Yeah, look, she'll have to really be tidy in this bottom half of the course. She looks still very cool, calm and collected, so hopefully she holds it together. And that was a very fast up 22. It's such a tiny, small eddy, but she absolutely whipped the boat around in there. That was impressive. Bit of a wobble there in that down in the eddy. It's pretty essential to keep your edges under control. She's gone a little faster on the split. Gaining a bit of time in some of these ups for us. That's pretty impressive.
Yep, crosses into 4th, but I feel though that that's not going to be enough. As we look at Klaudia Zielinska now, the silver medalist from the Olympics last year, looking for her first podium of the 2025 season.
Absolutely, I'd love to see Klaudia on the podium. We have 13 more paddlers to come, including Klaudia, so still wide open. We have some very fast race leaders at the moment, not quite ahead of Ricardo's qualification time. Klaudia definitely capable, getting a lot of kick off her tail across that stopper. She's in touch with the split as well, so this could be a good run.
Ooh, just a big touch there, unfortunately. Yeah, big touch on gate 20, so the 2-second penalty. Is that going to be crucial? At that stage, she was right in touch with Lois Lever's time, so I think she's still going to put herself into a top 4 position, but is that going to be enough with some really big-name athletes to come? Let's have a look if she can pick up some time on this last gate, and then the sprint for the finish. That was pretty good. Didn't lose too much time there. Turns now, heads for home, comes and crosses the finish line into 3rd position. Going to be a nervous wait. I think she'll be okay. I've got a feeling I think she'll be okay, but we need to wait because we're about to find out who is going to be the first. Is it going to be Aya Novak or is it going to be Lois Lever, the first athlete to qualify for this afternoon's final? So Lois Lever's time of 107.32 is still looking pretty good. Kimberly Woods, I think, looks pretty safe as well, but then it's very close after that, so we'll have to wait and see with 12 athletes to come. And Aya Novak, 3 touches, 6 seconds in penalties. In 3 of the first 6 gates she's touched, so pretty a pretty tough start. Oh, and she's really gone for it there. I don't know whether that's, yeah, they've given her a 50. They will review that. They will review that, but yeah, their initial reaction was to give her a 50. So Lois Lever does have an F. Yep, so Lois Lever is through. She is confirmed for the final.
Good news for Lois. Unfortunately for Ada, coming a little bit unstuck in a few places on the course. Even if that 50 is removed, Ross, I think he won't quite be in touch. But Ada is still a great paddler, fighting right to the end. Love to see that. She'll be saving it for the World Champs later in the year. I hope we're going to see her in Australia. I say later in the year, it's less than a month away, actually.
Yeah, it's so close. Kimberly Wood's now also confirmed, so the two Brits are both into the final and both have very, very good chances of jumping up that leaderboard in the overall World Cup standings. As we look at Leia Saribis now on the course. So Claudia Zwolinska is the athlete who now waits to see whether she will also paddle in the final. Saribis is putting together a good run, so there's about 2 seconds to play with on the course at the moment, and if you go by that split time there, Saribis is well and truly outside that, so unless something dramatic happens on the bottom part of this course, I don't think Leia Saribis is going to get straight through to the final. Maybe she'll get herself into a position where she can get in though later. Oh no, she's missed that gate. She's missed that gate completely.
That is not a nice feeling mid-race.
No. Takes the 50 and says to Claudia Zwolinska, enjoy the final. And Claudia Zwolinska, I'm sure, says, yes, please. We would love to have another crack at a final. So Claudia Zwolinska, I think, will now also be in the final this afternoon.
Yeah, it's always disappointing for the athletes to not feel like they have achieved what they can, but Leia knows that she is absolutely better than that. She's had some fantastic racing over the years. Turning to the top of the course now, Anna Satila, always pulling as hard as she can. Such a fighter. She will absolutely be challenging for that final today, Ross.
Oh, just a little bit stuck there through 11, but gets it corrected now. Yes, and she was her first World Cup of the season was last weekend. She had a little bit of luck go against her, but back her first run today in the heat was very impressive. She just made a couple of mistakes late on in the run, but looks like she's really getting herself going here now. Her split time is a little bit slow, but oh dear, I didn't see that. Did you see that, Ros? They've given her a 50 for gate 17, and that's the thing with Anna Satila. She does live by the seat of the pants and does take a lot of risks, and if it comes off, and is very rewarding, but it's you've got to risk it for the biscuit. And unfortunately for Anna, sometimes that, and there's a tight one as well on gate 23 for the judges to look at. That's going to be disappointing for Anna Satila.
Well, what's one race out of a whole season, Ross? She may not be happy with that, but Anna Satila has so many opportunities to shine in races. And as we turn to the top of the course, Emily Apple, Elena Lillick's younger sister, super familiar with the course here. I am excited to see what she can lay down on the course in this semi-final.
I have to say the final is starting to look pretty solid because every lead path is now through as well. So positions 2, 3 and 5 on the overall standings are all into the final. So we're just waiting for Ricarda Funk now, and she gets through. It's going to be a really interesting, exciting, nail-biting finale for the 2025 World Cup season. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though, but definitely 3 of the top 5 athletes are confirmed for the final. The only one who's missed out is Evelina Kosovar. As we look at Emily Apple coming down the course now. This is a pretty good time. I think if she can maintain this gap to the end, I think she'll be okay. Let's have a look. She's just got a couple of gates to go. 1 gate to go for Emily Apple, and I think she's going to be okay. I think she'll get through, which is great for the German fans. That people, yes, she goes into 5th and into the final. So, and she's pretty happy about that, I think, judging by that reaction as we go to the top of...
Just going to say, such a nice spin at the top of the course there from Emily, and so great to see that joy at the finish line. And as you said, Ross, top of the course, we had Noemi Fox sending great wishes for my fellow Aussie. I really hope she does well out there today. So exciting to see Noemi's progress over the past few years.
Ooh. Yep, I thought
Say
so.
that, Ross.
That looked a little bit too tight, unfortunately, for Naomi. She had 3 touches up till then as well, but that looked very, very tight. Oh, and now she's stuck on 17. So, unfortunately for Naomi, not getting the run she wants. You can see it's almost like a look of despondency, Roz, on her face there, that she knows that she's missed an opportunity here, unfortunately for Naomi.
Maybe it's a look of focus, Ross. I can't see that well on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. Look like somebody who knows that it hasn't quite gone the way she might have wanted, unfortunately for Naomi. But she will, of course, be back tomorrow with the canoe. And, oh, another touch there as well, unfortunately, on gate 24. Back tomorrow with the canoe. And then, of course, her Olympic gold medal event, the kayak cross, on the final day of the 2025 World Cup season. She'll be looking to finish with a bang, I'm sure, as she crosses the finish line. So not the result for Naomi, but it is what it is. You get what you get, you don't get upset, as a teacher once said to me, Ros Lawrence. I still got upset, mind you. Didn't care what that teacher said, I still got upset. It's all easy, it's all well and good to say that, but as we look at Emma Vouton now from France at the top of the course.
Yeah, such a promising young paddler. Emma has fantastic technique. Most of the French paddlers do. They're known for their finesse in the slalom. It's such a big sport in France. It's such a challenge to make the team in the first place, but Emma does so with style. Keeping it tidy in these spins here at the bottom of the course. She looks like she's in touch with the time to make it through. Hopefully she holds it together here.
Yeah, just needs to stay off the gates. And she will get the job done. At the moment, we have 8 athletes who are through, in fact. I'll just give you an update in a moment. There's a very interesting development that's happened, which I'll bring you up to speed with in just a moment, as Emma Vouton goes into 4th. So Emma Vouton is into the final. We are looking at a situation where potentially, Ros Lawrence, we might end up with a 13-athlete final, and I'll tell you why. As we look at Eva Petracca now at the top of the course, silver medalist from Po this year. So at the moment, Emily Apple and Gabby Satkova both have... Gabby Satkova and Zuzana Pankova both have exactly the same time, and they've both qualified for the final. They sit in 7th, a tie for 7th place, so 7th and 8th, which means that if that time remains the slowest of all the qualifiers, then we could end up with 13 in the final. But there's a bit to go yet. Of course, we've still got 4 athletes to go, and Eva Petracca is putting together a reasonably good run. There's a big gap now between this basically nearly 8 seconds for athletes to play with. So if you're watching at home and you're thinking, oh, look at those split times, it looks like Eva's losing touch here. She's got so much wriggle room. She's got nearly 8 seconds to play with. So I think unless she gets a touch here, I think she's going to be fine, Ros.
Yeah, we'll see. So those 2 in 7th at the moment, 3.8 behind. I think that's kind of the benchmark we'll be looking at, especially if we're going to have a 13-boat final.
Yeah, but if to get in, she just needs to go faster than Nikita Setchel's time, which is 7.7 seconds behind. Which is 7 seconds behind, so that's what you got to play with. As long as she goes under that.
Yeah, so we have 4 to come with Lena.
Yep. And it's the same with Lena Tunison here. As long as she goes inside that 7.7 seconds split, then she will also go through to the final. And, well, in fact, let's just change a little bit, because Petracca's time now was just outside the time of, so she is now on the cusp, and it's now a 4.29 seconds gap there. So Lena Tunison, she's just inside at the moment, 3.85. If she can maintain that, she'll be into the final. But if she slips any further behind that split time, then she is looking down the barrel at missing the final, which would be disappointing for Lena, because her run in the heats this morning, Ros, was really, really good. And I think we finally saw, oh, was that a touch? How are the judges going to see that? Or was it a water splash? Might have been a water splash.
I've seen that ball moving a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the wind.
Maybe do you want
bouncing off the wall.
At the end of this, well, at the end of this run, Ros, do you want to explain to our viewers what a water touch is and what judges do with that? As we look at Lena Tunison now, she's charging for the finish line. Is she going to get there? Yes, she goes. Gets direct qualification for Lena Tunison. Oh my goodness. Okay. No, they've just given her a touch. They did give her a touch on that one, Ros. A late 2-second penalty.
And before that
for
touch was added, she had the same time as Eva Petrasha.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. It was exactly the same. I thought, oh my God, this is going to be messy. But then she got a late touch. So that moves her out of the final. Petrasha is through, though, from France.
Elena Lilik at the top of the course, looking very fast. Not the fastest on the splits, but she's charging. I think she's going to have a solid run, Ross. Local favourite. The crowd is likely going nuts. There's always such a good crowd in Augsburg. They know the sport. They like to bang on the side of the course to cheer their favourite competitors.
And this is a very nice run. Very tidy from Elena Lilik. No touches. And keeping the boat moving with just a couple of gates to go now for the German. Just be careful you don't lose direction here. No, lost a little bit of time, but she's not too bad. She's well and truly inside the time she needs to be inside to get through. So just needs to stay. Comes down to the finish line now, goes into third. So good finish there for Elena Lilik. So she is safely through as well. Two more athletes to go, and the cream rises to the... Oh dear. Oh dear, Camille Prigent just losing direction there momentarily and lost a bit of time. Now she's got some work in front of her, Ros, to get through. She's got 6.5 seconds, by the way, of wriggle room, but she did probably lose a couple of seconds there, didn't she?
Yeah, I think in this situation it's kind of more about how she responds to that mistake. The time she lost there might not be a deal breaker for the run, but looks like she is absolutely going for it. She's not that much further behind on the split than some of the others who we have seen make it through into the final. So fingers crossed for Camille. She is staying focused and calm and not letting that little mistake get to her.
I'm sure the athletes about now are starting to be quite grateful that they have a semi-final this week, and it's not sudden death like every other World Cup where you had a heat and direct qualification to the final. And the athletes are getting a second chance this week, which is turning out to be pretty good for some of them. As we look at Camille Prigent coming down, Lois Lever continues to lead the field, and whoa, what a finish! Gee.
Super fast in gate 23. Made up a bit of time at the bottom there.
Super fast considering considering how stuck she got at the top of the course. That is an amazing run from Camille Prigent. I tell you what, she has put down a real marker now for the rest of the field. As we look at the legend Ricarda Funk, she absolutely carved up the course this morning with a 106.71. Can she go even faster in this semi-final? You wouldn't put it past her. She's just in such good form. 106.75 is Camille Prigent's time. So is Ricarda going to go and try and challenge that? Had 2 gate touches though, so 4 seconds in penalties for the Olympic champion from Tokyo. But that's okay because she's got 6.8 seconds to deal wriggle room. It'd be a huge story if she wasn't to make it through. It would throw the overall race for the World Cup champion wide open. Oh, now it's
Yeah,
starting
and
to
I
get close.
definitely want to see Ricardo in the final. I want to see what run she puts down. It just will add to the excitement.
Oh,
Fingers crossed.
it's going to be touch and go. Touch and go. She's got to go under that 6.86. Let's have a look. It's 12th position that she's going to be going for. Is she going to get there? It's going to be super tight. Oh my goodness, she's missed out. She has missed out. Can you believe it? She can't believe
That's
it.
a tough
We can't
race.
believe it.
So close.
She has missed out by one spot on the final, and suddenly her dreams of overall World Cup title have slipped through her fingers. She cannot win it now. She cannot win it because at least 3 of the athletes who are breathing down her neck are all into the final, and Ricardo Funk, at the moment where she had it all there for the taking, it has slipped through her fingers and she is not going to compete for gold this afternoon. Wow, that is amazing, Ros. Amazing that somebody who's so used to this sort of paddling get those early touches and then that slip through her fingers. Wow.
Yeah, it's part of the sport of canoe slalom, Ross. It's very rare to see somebody on top every single race. Ricardo absolutely capable of doing that, but today, this semi, not quite her moment. She'll be back again, and such impressive paddling from her in the heats this morning. A similar time to Camille Prigent, who is leading in that semi-final.
So let's have a look. Camille Prigent will be the last paddler on the course. Lois Lever in the box seat there. Kimberly Woods, Eleanor Lillick, Claudia Zwolinska, Emma Vuitton, Evie Liebfart, Emily Apple, Gabby Satkova, Zuzana Pankova, Eva Petracha, and Lena Tunison sneaks in there. And look at that name in 13th position, Ricardo Funk. She will miss the final. That is your big headline-grabbing story from the racing so far today. Ricardo Funk not getting the chance to paddle for gold on her home course. Nikita Setchel misses out, as does Anthony Galaskova. Anna Satilla missed out. Naomi Fox missed out. Victoria Oos missed out. So Malin Charoux did not start. So I hope Malin's okay. I haven't heard. Have you heard anything? I haven't heard whether she's got an injury or whether she's just
I don't have
taking
any
a bit of a
updates
break.
for you on that front, Ross. However, your next...
Yeah, well, let's hope that she's okay and that we'll see her racing again very, very soon. Ros, thank you so much for that. As always, really enjoyed your company and your insights into the women's semi-final, and we'll have you back in the commentary box tomorrow for some more great action in the canoe. Thanks, Ros. All right, now let's see, what have we got here in terms of start time for the men? Fascinating racing for the women. So we've got, well, we're nearly at the start for the men, so good opportunity for me to introduce my co-commentator for the men's semi-final, Slammin' Sam Lever. Slammin' Sam, how are you, my friend? Ready for a big afternoon of racing on what's been a pretty challenging course. There's some tricky bits here. I'm looking forward to seeing how the men attack the course this afternoon, the top 30 athletes.
Absolutely, Ross. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's going to be a top race today. Tricky course, as you say, non-stop action throughout. So it's hard to repeat a run as well. I think we just saw that in the women's. It's hard to repeat a run. So yeah, it could go any way, up, down, left, right, who knows? But we're excited for it.
Yeah, we really, really are. And the interesting thing about this lineup here, if you look there at the field, there's some very good athletes who are going to be out on the course early, really early. So I think we're going to get a good idea of the sort of times that are going to be required. I sort of got the feeling watching this morning, Sam, that a couple of the athletes, knowing that they had a bit of wriggle room because some of the times were pretty slow, that they maybe just held back a little bit during their heat runs, and that's why we might see some of those big name athletes out on the course early. It'll be interesting to see if they pin their ears back and really, really go for it. But it's going to be exciting. And I mean, the first athlete on the course, Matthew Polozak, he's actually sitting 3rd overall in the World Cup standings. So this guy's had such a good season. Picked up the bronze last week in Tustin, and I think we'll get a very early feel for what sort of time we're going to need. Reminding you that Noah Hege this morning posted a 93.6 to be the fastest qualifier. So definitely, if you give yourself any chance at all, I would have thought, Sam, you're going to be looking at around the 96, even 95 second mark.
Yeah, something around that, 95, 96 seconds. Hopefully it's a really tight race here. And Mateusz Polacek, he's absolutely flying through this top section. One of the fastest I've seen. His gate 1 to 2, that curl move was perfect. Boat designed by himself. It's called the Cha-Cha. It's an aggressive boat. It moves quickly. It reacts well with the water. And tell you what, on Augsburg, we've definitely got some reactive water. So let's see how Mateusz fares. But so far, Ross, this looks like an incredible run already.
Yeah, he's on track here for a very good time. No penalties. What I saw this morning, Sam, and I know you've been watching it closely, that little chicane through 11, 12, 13, 14 is potentially, I mean, the thing is, if you nail that, you can make up so much time. You can really whiz through there. But that is a high-risk combination, isn't it? And we've seen a lot of athletes picking up 50-second penalties there, trying to be brave and to cut corners there, but missing, especially gate 12, has been problematic. So I think that's a fascinating part of the course. And this little combination at the end here is also tricky as well for some of the athletes when they get tired arms at the bottom of the course and having to make their way across between those two gates. But let's just stop for a minute and have a look at this time here for Mateusz Polacek. 90, so he's shaking his head as if he's not happy with it, but I don't know. Yeah.
I think it could be our first finalist already, to be honest.
I think so too. He looks disappointed, but I think that's well and truly in the mix. 96.64.
Now, he'll know that it's 3 seconds away from the winning time from qualification, so, I mean, no one ever likes to lose by 3 seconds, right? But 96 is no joke on this tricky course where people are going to be making a lot of mistakes. And as you see, Srabotnik leaving one up to the gods a little bit here. And as you were mentioning just before, 11-12, it's a tricky combination. When you put the tail down like that on this Augsburg water, it can go any way the gods decide. And Srabotnik didn't have the favor of them this afternoon. He's going to really struggle.
It really is a make or break combination, that 11, 12, 13. Yeah, if you can nail it, then the world is your oyster, but you better be prepared to pay the consequences if you get it just slightly wrong, and Martin Srabotnik did that. The other thing about that time of Mateusz Polacek, so Noah Hege's time this morning, the top three, Sam, were very tight on the leaderboard, but then there was nearly 3 seconds back, and there's a touch there as well for Srabotnik at the bottom, so not the run that he would want. There was then a 3-second gap there between third and fourth time, so if I was Mateusz Polacek, I'd just start doing some stretching exercises, warm down, get ready to have another run, because I reckon he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and I think you'll know that when he gets off the water. We saw him shake his head. The immediate reaction often doesn't tell the full story, I'm sure. I mean, he's not far away from the window that I'm looking at right now, I think, but I'm sure he'll be stretching and getting warmed up, because I think we do have our first final time there. Definitely the time to beat.
Yeah, what about Pau Echenez, of course, the Olympic bronze medalist from Paris last year. Hasn't been on the podium this year, hasn't been able to recapture that medal-winning form from Paris, but if there's a time to do it, it's here at Augsburg, where there are double points up for grabs and a great last warm-up event before the World Championships in Penrith in around 3 weeks from now, just under a month from now. And Pau Echenez is having a pretty decent run here. No penalties at this stage. The split time seems to indicate that he's not as fast though as Polacek was, but he's going to be sort of high 90s, I think, judging on this time at the moment.
Yeah, Ross, one of the most talented athletes on the circuit, Pau Echenez, super technical. He's definitely a man for the big occasion as well. You mentioned the World Championships. He's a finalist from 2023, medalist in 2024 at the Olympic Games. He loves a big occasion, so even if we don't see that time there in the final, 1.97 down, if that's not in the final, look out for him in Australia. He's a man for the big occasion.
All right, well, you've heard that, folks. There's the big tip as Jakob Brzezinski now heads off down the course. Can he join his Polish teammate up near the top of the leaderboard?
Nope.
Oh, no, 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 no. I think he's missed that gate altogether, has he? I think he has to go back. And that is a great example there, missing the line, and he's had to paddle back to... I mean, people might say, why did he paddle back? Because if he didn't, he would have got a 50-second penalty. He probably lost maybe 7 or 8 seconds by paddling back, but that's much better, Sam, than losing 50 seconds, and that's why athletes usually will try and get back to, because and there's a touch there as well. So unfortunately for Jakub Brzezinski, the big pressure of the semi-final is starting to wear on him.
Yeah, not the run he was looking for. It's just falling apart now. It's just falling apart, Ross. Once one thing goes wrong here in Augsburg on such a technical course, I think you're going to struggle to hold it together, to be completely honest. I think we'll be looking at runs that start well and continue to go well. I think if in that first half you make a fairly large mistake, even smaller than that of Brzezinski's, you're going to struggle today. Really struggle. It catches up.
Yeah, he's now up to 4 touches, so 8 seconds in penalties, plus he had to paddle back for that gate at the top of the course. So all in all, and now he's gone a bit low here on the last gate as well, so all in all, unfortunately for Jakub Brzezinski, it's not going to be his day today as he comes down and crosses the finish line, and yeah, not happy at all, Jan. As we go back to the top of the course, and it is now the Wonder Kid, Zigelin Hosovar. What has he got for us today? He's brash, he's exciting, he loves to entertain, and he is putting it out there today. What's he like to race against, Sam? I can't remember if you went head-to-head with him at all last week. Have you been head-to-head? Does he get chirpy on the start blocks in the kayak cross? He seems to me as a sort of athlete who wouldn't mind having a bit of a yap and trying to get inside your head when you're up there on the start block.
I wouldn't be surprised if you would. Don't think I've experienced a head-to-head with him, but you know, I'm sure he realizes that when we're stood there before the ramp, he is only about 5'8". You know, there's only so much you can say from down there, Ross.
Yes, exactly right. And the thing about him, he talks the talk, but he also walks the walk. And I always think if you're prepared to talk the talk, then you better make sure you can walk the walk, and Zigelin can do that. He's got a touch there, but he's still, I think he's going to be okay as well. He doesn't look happy, but I reckon, Sam, I'm going to put my neck out here. I did it in the women's and I was right, and I'm going to do it here as well. I'm going to say that time for Zigelin, I think is going to be okay.
Yeah.
There is an asterisk next to his name though, so they are reviewing it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to refrain from commenting. I'm not going to put my neck on the line just yet, but I don't mind that shout at all. I really don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think you could be in for a winner there, Ross. You could be.
Look, all I ask, Sam, I don't ask much, but all I ask is that if I am right, that you do acknowledge it in some way.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know,
a wee round of applause,
yeah.
I'd say.
Because let me tell you, over the course of this year, there's been many bold assertions that I've made that have turned out to be absolute bollocks. So if I can pull one off here to try and regain some credibility, as we look at Gabby da Costa now on the course, the Belgian, and just bouncing around there like he's on a roller coaster. Early touch there for Gabby, but other than that, let's have a look at his split time. He's maintaining that speed at the moment. Probably needs to really nail this perfectly at the finish of the course to get himself in any position that might get himself into that last 12. Comes down, crosses the line.
Oh, what a bottom
goes
section.
Into third.
Wow.
Yeah, really good. Oh, he likes it. Oh no, he doesn't like the touch. He doesn't like the touch, Sam.
Yeah.
He's given a bit of lip. He's the wag of the finger is always a bit of a sign, isn't it? So
he's a passionate man, especially on the finish line. He'll certainly tell you what he thinks, and we'll see. The judges will review it, and if he thinks that strongly about it, then you know, maybe it'll come off. If it does come off, then Gab da Costa is in the World Cup.
He's a new race leader.
I reckon.
He'll be the new race leader, in fact. So I'll watch that. I'll keep a watch on it because there's an asterisk next to there. Martin Helsen now, look at him. He is absolutely pinning the ears back here Oh, and so much so, yep, he got the 50. That is the high risk, high reward that for that little section through the middle there, and Martin Helson deciding to go for it, Sam, and paying the price there. Again, another review. I tell you what, those judges, they'll have no time to eat cookie dough this afternoon because they'll be bloody flat out. They've got so many reviews underway. By the way, the Costa's penalty has stood. So he's going to be very unimpressed with that, but the 2-second penalty stands for Gabby da Costa.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be the most chuffed down there at the finish line. I'll see him in a moment. I can keep you updated on if that reaction's boiled over. I hope it hasn't, as he still has a chance of making the final. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
Yep.
He's only 1.16 behind.
Yep. Yeah, Martin Helson won't though, unfortunately, with that 50-second penalty. As we look at the Spaniard Manuel Contreras now chuffing off down the course here. We have 30 athletes in all, and from that 30, the top 12 will go through. And just so you know, in the overall World Cup standings, now that was definitely a water splash, that one. Oh no, they gave him a touch.
I think it might have bumped into him after he touched it with the water. That's the thing. Because the pole was moving so much, I wonder if he avoided the rebound or not. It's hard to say, isn't it?
Oh, judges have... so you can, if the water splashes the gate and the gate moves, that's perfectly fine. It's a tough thing for the judges to monitor. But if they, and look at this, oh dear, oh dear. Manuel Contreras, he is going up and down in the one spot there. Au contraire, Manuel Contreras. That is not going to be the run. And Sam, it's important to talk about how in a race like, and he's lost that completely, missed that gate completely, 50 seconds. Once you lose your momentum, Sam, how hard is it to get it back again? You know, if you've got a good line and you're traveling really, really well, then suddenly something happens, you lose that momentum. How hard is it to get back going again?
Yeah, that's one of the hardest bits in slalom, is that a lot of the time you're making small adaptations, but when something goes quite a lot offline, it knocks you off focus, it knocks you off balance, it has so many different impacts, and getting it back on, it takes a special type of person, Ross, and I think that kind of separates the people that are consistently at the top and the people that can be there sometimes, but also are nowhere to be seen at other times. I think that's the major difference, is how well can they get the mistakes back on track. A bit like this from Adam Gonzanica, he took it a bit too intensely on gate 11, too tight, and he couldn't bring it back online. 50-second penalty on gate 12, and I'd be shocked if the judges take that off. It looked like a bad one.
Yeah, it really, really did. And once again, gate 12, that is the tough one. There are going to be athletes who, they're going to wake up in the middle of the night tonight and they're going to be going 12, just bellowing it out, because it's going to haunt them. Adam Gonzanica will be one of them, just screaming out in the middle of the night. And they're also reviewing.
Yeah. Sorry, Ross.
No, you go, Sam. I was just talking nonsense.
Reviewing gate 12. No, I was saying that, yeah, gate 12, gate 13, it's the monster under the bed, isn't it?
Yep. No, it really is.
And not happy there. We've got a couple of paddlers to watch here now, because Benjamin Renia, he's got a 50-second penalty on gate 1. He's been in every final so far this season, and a 50-second penalty on the first gate, a touch on gate 3, 54 seconds down on the first split. Disaster for the Frenchman at the start.
And he was sitting in 4th position overall on the overall standing. So suddenly, like Ricardo Funk, and that's going to be tight as well. How do the judges see that one? They're giving it, they probably think it doesn't matter now. He's already got a 50. How do you get a 50 on gate 1? That is tough going, straight up.
I can only think, I couldn't see it because my face is actually covering the top left corner of the screen, but I can only think that Benjamin Renia must have paddled into the gate, possibly, and whacked it around his head as he touched it, maybe. That's all I can think of.
Yeah.
I find it difficult to believe that he paddled right past it.
Yeah, unless he didn't see it, didn't realise. Maybe he thought gate 1 was gate 2, but Anyway,
he's far too experienced for that, I think. He's far too experienced for that mistake, surely.
Yeah. All right, we're getting very, very close here. Yeah, exactly. Peter Kauser. Talk about a man who does fly by the seat of his pants. I am going to be fascinated. Let's all watch him do gates 11, 12, 13, because I'm going to be fascinated to see how he attacks this. Because he'll go for it. He will absolutely go for it. And if he pulls it off, he will be zooming up towards the top. Look at him go. All right, let's have a look. We're getting down to the tricky part of the course here. Peter Kauser, the veteran. How's he going to go? Gets through 7 and 8. Oh, big touch on gate 8. Here's 9. All right, now we're going to get exciting. Once he gets through 10, then this really interesting little combination here. Watch him. He pins the ears back. He's going for it. 11, 12. That's how you do it. Absolutely. Yep.
That's not the best.
Oh, no. No.
I think that's okay. I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
All right. All right.
He was leaning a bit, but I think, you know, French style. He was cutting the lines, but I think it's okay.
Sure did. He sure did. That is Peter Kauser. Wow. Okay. Well, that's what we're talking about. You go for it like he did, and look how much time he picked up. So he had a gate touch on 8. He's picked up quite a bit of time through the middle there, and maybe now he's getting himself into a position, Sam, where he could actually challenge for a top 3 position here for the veteran Peter Kauser. He's just got this one gate to go. He's really thrown it down here. Whoa, let's have a look as he charges towards the finish line.
Bang!
Oh, wow. Wow.
Ross, his boat was
what we're talking
at the bottom there.
Sure was. It was barely touching the water. It was almost like it was zooming above the water, like a little hovercraft flying down the bottom of the course. In fact, when he goes in for weighing, I reckon they'll just have a little look underneath that and make sure that it hasn't got a little motor or something, or like the super keel attached to it, because that was an incredible finish, and it has really thrown out the challenge here to the rest of the field. So what are we up to now? Have we got... they've got an asterisk. Oh, God. Tell you what, Sam, can I build the drama? Yeah, am I allowed to build the drama?
Of course.
Peter Kauser has an asterisk next to his name. You know which gate they're looking at, don't you?
Of course, that section. 13, 14, 15. They'll have a look. Of course they'll have a look.
And I'll tell you something, Peter Kauser does not like to have late penalties, even. makes him very... Look at this, by the way. Look at this bloody race here. Look at this run here from Cirello from Switzerland. He's putting together some sort of a time as well as he comes down here. We're about to find out, I think. We're about to find out very, very soon. Actually, no, we've got a few to go yet before we start getting an idea of the finalists. Cirello, though, just a late touch there. Where's that going to end up with him now? He moves into 7th there. No, that's not going to be good enough, unfortunately. Gee, he made a good start. The asterisk is still there next to Peter. What's your feeling, Sam? The longer the asterisk lasts, do you think the more chance that there's going to be a penalty, or do you think the less chance? What do you reckon? If that was you now and the asterisk was still sitting there next to your name, would you be starting to get nervous, or would you start to think, oh yeah, I'll be fine?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure the feeling changes too much, but to give you some idea of what the judges are thinking, the judges on the side didn't give it, so it's clearly not that obvious. And the fact that it's not come on, or no decision's been made within a few seconds, it means that it's not an obvious 50. It's really not standing out. So the judges are really looking at this through a fine-tooth comb, and it looks now like Kauser would probably be unfortunate to pick up a 50-second penalty, as it's clearly really, really tight.
Yeah, yep. Well, we'll keep you posted as Stefan Hengst gave that gate 12 a real whack with his head. So they're reviewing it. I assume the only thing they'd be reviewing is if it's a 50, but he definitely smacked it with the noggin on the way through. Other than that, though, take that 2-second penalty off, and this has been a pretty good time as well for the German Stefan Hengst. Oh! What the heck?
That was silly. He didn't need to do that.
Yep. Nope. No, he did not. So he moves down and crosses the finish line. 4 seconds in penalties for Stefan Hengst, fortunately.
This is an exciting paddler, Ross. maybe don't know too much about him. I'm not sure if he's done many World Cups before, but Mateusz Novak, born in 2005, youngster, and he can put an absolute flying run down. We've seen it at some Czech races before. Never on the international stage, never put down a run that he's truly proud of. I know that from speaking to him, but he's certainly capable.
Gee, absolutely motored through 12, 13, 14. That's the best we've seen today for Mateusz Novak. So this is a good run. Now he just needs to finish off at the bottom of the course. Unfortunately, he has got that touch on gate 10, but I think he's absorbed that just with that little move through 12, 13, 14, and he's still, ooh, going strong. Don't lose it here, my friend. He's okay.
And there's been a change at the top.
There's
been a change at the top. Kauser's been given the 50.
Oh my God.
It gets crazier.
Yes, he has.
Peter Kauser, late 50-second penalty again. Oh, you can't write it.
No, you cannot write it, and he will be absolutely fuming, no doubt about it. But I mean, that's the way you look at some of these athletes, and you know, they do absolutely go for it. You know, Lucien Delfort's another one. They absolutely cut the corners. They do what they can to try and get an advantage, and when it comes off, it is so wonderful to watch. But it is high risk, and I mean, yeah, I mean, you called it. You thought it was okay. I thought it was close. The judges, obviously, they spent a long time looking at it, and I do sort of agree a little bit, Sam, with what you were saying, that if the judges on the side weren't convinced and it takes that long to review a video, then it must be super tight. But they have got so many angles to look at, the judges, and in the end, you've got to think, okay, they got it right. They knew what they were doing. They got it right.
Yeah, possibly. It's hard to know without seeing the angles myself, but you have to trust what the judges say. I know Mr. Peter Kauser himself doesn't always fully take their word for it, but you're gonna have to hear, unfortunately.
Yep. Yes, it is one of the things about our sport. I mean, it is one of the most spectacular sports to watch, but in the end, sometimes it does come down to a judge's decision, and sometimes it can be so tight, and medals have been won and lost because of judges' decisions, which, you know, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. The judges are trying to do their job, and they're just looking at everything and they're calling it as they see it. As Marcelo Betta goes through into 5th position. I'm still feeling good as we look at Pepe Goncalves coming down. I'm still feeling good about Polozek and Hocevar at the top of the leaderboard. I'm still tipping they're going to go through, even though we've still got, well, what are we? We're halfway through this final now. 15 athletes gone, 15 to come.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. The Zigalin shout's looking better and better as time goes on.
Pepe, let's have a look at him going through this. Yeah. Whoa, what happened there? Judges said it was okay. Good work. Well done, Pepe. I hope the judges aren't listening to us in the commentary box, Sam, because I wouldn't like to be influencing them at all with our animation and our excitement here. But Pepe's riding by the seat of his pants, and looks like he's putting together a pretty decent run here for the man from Brazil.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just not too short. No. That's the thing. And yeah, another example of that. It's just not the sharpest run for Pepe. It's close, but no cigar, and picks up 2 back-to-back touches, and that run's just falling apart from there at the end. So hard to hold on for everything here.
Yeah, they do call it the commentator's curse. The moment you say someone's doing well, you can guarantee that it's going to go pear-shaped. As we go back to the top of the course, and it's the very upright Felix Oshmarts now heading off down the course. And again, he sits 5th at the moment. I was going to give you the leaderboard. So the man at the top is Titouan Castryck, quite obviously having won 3 gold medals this year. And his French teammate Anatole Delassus is 2nd, having won 3 silver medals this year. I mean, they are the top 2 in the overall World Cup standings. But the good thing is, Sam, even with that sort of dominance this year. And I don't know, we were talking about it this morning, is it a good thing or a bad thing that somebody could win 3 gold medals in a World Cup season and still not be the overall World Cup champion, simply because if they mess up the last race, it's double points, and they could end up costing them the overall. Ooh, Felix going a little bit tight there. I mean, it's great having double points for the last event, but it can actually break someone's heart, though.
It can break your heart, but that sport, there needs to be pressure on certain things. I mean, you have finals in every other sport, so there's absolutely a reason to have it in ours, and to weight it and make it more important. I love it. Makes it a big occasion. As Felix Ochmarts gets towards the line here, he's not going to challenge our race lead, but second place, that could be Ochmarts in the final.
I reckon so. I'm putting down now. I'm putting my neck out. I'm going to. Yes, the Olympic champion. I'm going to say Polisic, Ochmarts, and Hocevar. I'm calling it already that those 3 will be in. But look at Joe Clark. What's his mindset been like this week, Sam? Obviously, last week didn't go the way he would have liked. A couple of penalties, a couple of little issues, but he seems to be paddling fast.
Yeah, just one issue last week, and it was just one gate 11, which he's got through all right today. 50-second penalty on that, but the rest of his run was back to the typical Joe Clark standards that we expect to see, and so is this run here, 1.26 behind, but there's a lot of time in the bottom of Mateusz Polacek's run, and I think Joe Clark can start to eat away at that if he maintains this form. He sets up this more. He spoke to me, he said he didn't set that up enough on the first run, but picking up a gate touch there with his chest, now he's really going to have to turn it on to make it into this final.
Yeah, I mean, any final with Joe Clark, and yeah, well, if that split's accurate, I don't think there is time. Well,
there's time in Polacek's bottom split. Everyone's been taking it. Let's see if Joe can take it as well. Hopefully he can. 96 has got to beat. It's looking like it's going to be too much, but something around the 99 mark maybe.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be
too much
today for Joe Clark. Yeah, too much. Too much for Joe Clark. Even with the 2-second penalty, he'd still be struggling without that, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean, there was time in the bottom split that he took almost an entire second, so we can keep that in mind for the paddlers still to come.
All right, now we're going to start to see. We've got 12 athletes to go, and what a man to kick it off for the run for the oh, just a little bit stuck there for Titouan Castryck. Didn't seem to bother him too much. Just got a little bit of a wobble there going through that gate. I mean, this man has been in such form this year. Unbelievable. 3 gold medals already. If he gets through to the final, then he can pretty well wrap up the overall chase for World Cup dominance. And he's getting together. Oh, nice. Oh, just, I mean, what is it? What's he doing, Sam, that's giving him that advantage that's making him so fast this year?
He's taking really tight lines, and the boat's moving really fast on those tight lines. He's able to get his head just inside all the gates. He's super precise, and he manages to get the certain strokes in to allow his boat to just keep moving and maintain its speed. Most people, when they take it so fast and so tight, they lose boat speed, they become a bit wobbly, but Titouan Castryck stays smooth and destroys the race lead time.
Oh my goodness, look at that time. Titouan Castryck is through, safely through to the final as we look at the Olympic champion Giovanni De Janeiro. High drama this morning where he was given a 50-second penalty, but then it was taken off a little bit later on, which gave, oh, is that a touch on the way through gate 8? Yes, it was. So he had a 50-second penalty. It was removed, so it gave him a chance to get through to the semi-final, but now he's got his work cut out. 92.72 was the time for Castryck, which is a second faster than Noah Hege's time this morning. And so the work is in front for some of these athletes now. As Giovanni De Janeiro, the year after Olympics, always a tough year for somebody who had such a high last year, and he looks very, very focused, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Silver medal here in the 2022 World Championships, and last year at our World Cup event, He put down a time worthy of winning the finals, but he got given a late 50-second penalty, so he certainly wants to slot his way into this final today in order to take revenge. But as you mentioned, he picked up a 50-second penalty on the first run. It was on gate 8, so he's touched it this run. Maybe some demons playing in his mind as he came down that drop.
All right, heads for the finish line now. He's not going to challenge Titouan's time, but he moves into second. He's in. He is into the final. So the two big names, the gold medalist and the silver medalist from Paris last year, are both into the final as we look at another Olympic medalist, Hannes Agner, been around for many, many Olympic Games and paddling on his home course here. Let's see if he can get himself into a good position. Wearing boat bib number 24, which I think indicates that he's had a late start to the season. Hannes Agner missed out on going to the Olympics last year, of course, and I believe had decided that he was going to retire, but here he is out paddling and paddling pretty well, looking pretty composed on the water.
Yeah, he's super high quality with everything he does. He's always very composed, very mindful with what he's doing, and on Augsburg, it's knows it like the back of his hand. I don't see any reason for him not to be in this final today.
So the new split time that we're comparing is the time of Titouan Castryck, who was fast all the way down the course. He did have a 3-second advantage over the next quickest time, but that's tightened up a little bit now. As we look at the last few gates here for Hannes Agner from Germany, former world champion as well. And look at this. This is going to be, let's have a look. He's going to be just outside. He's going to go into about 4th, I think, is he? Let's have a look. Second. Oh, it's tightening up there at the top of the leaderboard now as Hannes Agner also goes through to the final. Ooh,
yeah, good to see a man with such experience in the final. It's going to make a good show. And
now, what about
De La Souza?
Yeah.
Sorry.
What form has this guy been in?
Unbelievable form. Last week in Tassen, he didn't make the final, but he's out for revenge, I'm sure. You always expect to see him in the World Cup final. 3 silver medals already, and he's chasing that gold. I know he's chasing that gold. He's a competitive man. Very, very clever, very studious. I know he enjoys a game of chess. He wiped the floor with me last year when I played him in Ivrea. Some of those smarts, I think, helping him navigate the course here. He looks to be challenging Titouan Castryck's race lead time.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tight one. That is tight. Judges have said it's okay, though. Let's have a look. He's only just outside his teammate's time. It's going to come down to less than a second, I think. Oh, a little bit stuck there through 22. Took a bit of time to get through there, so maybe just lost a little bit. Oh, yep, that's fine. He's pushing it. He's really going for it. Look at this bottom part of the course here. Turns, heads for the finish line.
Yep, comfortable.
Gets himself into 4th. Yep, he's through. He's through as well. So the fight is already set up, isn't it? Already, if you stop the racing now, you'd be pretty happy with the makeup of that final. As Johnny Dixon now, he looks to get a Brit into the final. And we know Johnny, when he's on his money, when he's on his very, very best, he's formidable. But big time he's got to set today to get straight into that final.
Yeah, absolutely. But he looks on point here. He's having a good run so far. He's been struggling in the last year or so, putting some runs together. But he had a really nice first run in qualification. It will certainly give him some confidence as he looks to go forward here on this difficult move. He did it well in his first run, and he looks to do it well in the second run as well. He holds it together really well, but a big head.
Oh!
I think he got in there, but we'll see what the judges have to say.
Oh, brave, crazy brave. No.
50-second penalty given.
Gee. Yeah,
that's
it was
the risk
tight.
with going forwards there, Ross. It's the risk with going forwards. It gains you some time, it gains you some speed, as we see on raw time. He's extremely quick. He looks to be pushing the boat really well, but it's just difficult when you go forwards like that. You run the risk, and it caught up with him really quickly. This Augsburg water is really unforgiving, and Johnny Dixon given the highest penalty possible there.
I'm going to call that the Castryck effect, knowing that Titouan Castryck is going down in these ridiculous times. It forces all the other athletes to make brave decisions like that. Let's see Johnny's reaction. Is he amused? He's nonplussed. I think I would describe that look as nonplussed. Sam, neither here nor there. They will review it, of course. They're reviewing it as we speak. But it looked pretty tight, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunately, just as you say that, review is over in the 50 stands.
Yeah. So one of my predictions has come true. Matthew Polisic is through to the next round. So there we go. Let's just wait and see if his teammate Darius Popelia will also get through from Poland. Ooh, sprint time's good. This is a very nice start here. Ooh, nice start here for the Polish paddler.
Oh no, he didn't get the rotation there on the upstream. He couldn't get the nose round back into the flow, and his body got caught up in the polar as a result of that. And Darius is someone who's able to usually rotate the boat so easily, and look at that, Ross, as you say, one mistake, when it rains it pours, start to add up.
Yep, and the run is slipping away now for Popolia as he comes down now. Oh, and another touch there, so that's 6 seconds in penalties. Just the pressure that comes with top-level racing that these guys are putting themselves through every week, and knowing that you've got to be at your very, very best to challenge, to make finals, etc. And unfortunately for Darius, that is not going to be fast enough. Disappointing, but it means good news for Felix Olschmarch, who's now also through to the next round, as we look at your man, not your man, but our co-commentator, Mark Crosby's good friend and training teammate. I think probably the surprise packet from this morning, Sam. Seb Montoya, he was sitting on top of the leaderboard for a long, long time, and has spent a bit of time training here apparently with
Lucien
Lucien
Delfour. This is picking up now. This is going to be tight. He holds on. Oh, big head movement. 50. Oh, Seb.
Yeah, 50. Gee.
It's really disappointing. He's quicker than Titouan Castryck at the moment.
Yeah, that combination, that 11, 12, 13, 14. Ah, my goodness, it's just, it's exciting now. I mean, it is exciting to watch it. Oh no, and he's missed that gate as well. So unfortunately for Seb, having done all the hard work this morning, got himself into a great position. Just a bit of panic there. Loses his way, and unfortunately, it's the end of the run for Seb. Good news though for the showman, Zigalin Hocevar. He is through. Sam, what do you got to say about that?
Can you hear that, Ross? There's the round of applause.
That's great, thank you. Thank you very much, mate.
Good prediction. That was a solid one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Well, he only just got there, but let's have a look now. Speaking of young guns, Xavi Ferrazzi, fastest qualifier last week for the final in Tusset. Oh, look at that. Almost gave a Liverpool kiss there, the gate. So that's a big touch there for Xavi. I mean, he's an exciting young paddler, and I think in the years to come, oh dear. In the years to come, Sam, I think some of these head-to-head clashes between Zigalin and Xavi and Titouan, etc., Anatole, it's going to be worth the weight of entrance on its own, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's going to be very entertaining. Just, yeah, incredible kind of crop of young paddlers we have coming through in canoe slalom at the moment. This kind of post-COVID quartet, you could call them. The kids who, after COVID, kind of put their name on the map. And Xavi Ferrazzi been doing more than putting his name on the map this season. He's been in almost every final. He's not converted from the finals as he would have liked, but it looks to be giving himself another opportunity to do it here, as that looks like a time where it's going to be in the final. And it is easily in the final. Second place only to Titouan Castryck. Those two going to go head to head again in today's final.
As we look at now the Czech Jakub Krečky, who's also had a pretty consistent season. Hasn't been on the podium though, but we know what. Oh, look at that! Made an absolute mess of that downstream gate. Hit both poles. Was almost airborne on the way through there, and had no chance to correct that. So can he absorb it? Oh, he's really trying to make up some time now in the middle of the course. Jakub Castryck, he's got to try and absorb 2 seconds. So the split says he's still faster. I'm not sure about that. But oh, now he's a little bit stuck there as well.
He is a man who can do that though, Ross. He's unbelievably quick on raw pace. On the first run, he had the exact same mistake at gate 8. Put his tail down, went airborne, hit the pole. But Ross, he's super fast, Jakub Castryck. But another touch, gate 19. This is going to be really difficult.
Yeah.
But the gap is 5.08 seconds though.
I was just looking at that. It is a big gap, 5 seconds. So as long as he stays where he is at the moment, he should be okay. Let's have a look if he can nail the finish. He's got to get inside 5 seconds.
Yeah, he looks to be all right.
Comes down now.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it.
Yeah. Yep. Great result.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Castryck with +4. So that's the first person that's gone faster than Titouan Castryck. So Titouan Castryck, Javi Ferrazzi, and Jakub Castryck. They were all under 23s this year, all competed in Foix, and they all have the 3 fastest run times of our semi-final. So it shows you what this next generation is capable of.
All right, we now are looking at the Australian. Lucien Delfour has had a really good season. 2 bronze medals already. Missed Tucson, stayed here and trained, and you can see the benefit of that. He is really eating up this course. He won a bronze medal in Laseo, bronze medal in Po. He's a bit like Peter Kauser. He will absolutely leave nothing out there. He will, if he can see an opportunity to cut a corner, he will take it. And at the moment, there's a great example there, just pushing the envelope on gate number 20. The judges said that's okay, off you go. Nothing to see here. Coming down now for the last couple of gates. I think he's going to be all right. I think he's going to get through. There is that 5-second buffer.
+4 though now. +4 on a 1.78
Yeah.
deficit. This is going to be really hard now. In theory, he's 5.78 seconds down, but he sends the last gate, absolute rocket. This is going to be close with Gab da Costa, and he's out. Gab da Costa's in the
He's
final.
out. That is, I mean, 4 seconds in penalties is going to be the big difference. That is going to cost him dearly.
Yeah, he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there with 22 and 23.
He really did. Yep, really did. He was tracking so well before then.
Martin Duguid not had his finest season this year. He's not tracking exactly how he'd like, but I saw him this morning. He was absolutely flying. And he looks to be doing the same there. He's a man he'll take risks, but he's small, he can maneuver the boat, he can rotate really quickly and get out of trouble a wee bit like he did there on gate 8. And I'm expecting him to keep going here, Ross. He looks really fluid.
Yeah, he's nailing a good run together here. He's certainly cut some edges there. I think the judges have got a couple of gates they might have a close look at, but it was a very good run this morning for the Swiss superstar Martin Duguid, and he's really finishing off nicely here as he comes down here. Just a handful of gates to go. I mean, this is really great boat control here from the man from Switzerland. Looks like it's going to be a nice finish here. It's going to be tight, but
big tail touch on the bottom there. He just had to back surf his way into gate 24. That was some stylish skills. And then he wrapped gate 25. I mean, what a way to end your semi-final run. He was bored, I think, Ross. I think he was bored of just comfortably getting into the final. He wanted us to have something to talk about.
I think so, because there's one thing the Swiss don't like, and that's being boring. Because all their life they've been told, you know, you sit on the fence for that, you just sit there, make chocolate, do all that sort of stuff. Why don't you do something exciting? And there he is. He's gone out there and he's done something exciting, and you can see at the end there applauding the crowd for recognising how exciting he was. So Martin Duguid, I would think, off the back of that run, he is really enjoying this course, and I'm putting him down now as a definite medal prospect. As we look now at Noah Hegger, I mean, gee, he absolutely has murdered this course this morning, the local course. He is, I mean, you would expect he will back that up here just with his knowledge of the course. He won gold in Po earlier this year, so he's had a reasonably good year. I reckon if he gets into the final, he will give that medal podium a rip. Let's have a look at his finish, though. His back half, just a little bit outside the fastest time, but still well within the time he needs, Sam, to get through.
Yeah. Noah's so good on Augsburg. I mean, he lives here, he trains here all the time. A master of his craft here on this course. He knows exactly what to do. So that's why he's not pushing it too hard. No need to. He saves some energy because he's going to take it to Titouan Castryck in this final. Second place, he's second last off. We can look forward to seeing the master of Augsburg in action. Second last. Splitting Javier Ferrazzi and Titouan Castryck. I mean, a bit of a bomb of an end to a final with Ferrazzi, Hega and Castryck.
Absolutely.
And we've got an exciting afternoon/evening set up for us, because it's around 4/5 p.m. isn't it, when the final goes on. And there's some star names in there. Wait a minute.
Noah Hega has just been
knocked down to fourth.
He's just been given a touch, so that's all right. So he hasn't lost a. He's still in the final, but he's just been knocked down a couple. So we'll just get confirmation in just a moment of the final, but definitely our fastest qualifier is our overall World Cup leader. There he is on screen at the moment, Titouan Castryck. Just looking, here we go. So Castryck, Ferrazzi, I mean the two young guns at the top, the experience of Agno and Hege, then and Giovanni De Gennaro, Duguid, Delassus, Kretsky, Polazic, Oshmarch gets through from Austria. And then on the next page, Zigelin, Hostovar, Gabriel da Costa gets through, Martin Helson misses out, Pau Echenez misses out, Lucien Delfour misses out. So there's some big names that have missed out who've had good seasons or good last 12 months or so. And then we go on to the next page, Joe Clark, that is a big name missing out, Peter Kauser, Johnny Dixon, Benjamin Renier, that is a big surprise out as well. So there's some big names who have missed out on going through, but that does not take anything away from the final. It is going to be absolutely incredible. Are you doing the post-race interview this week again, Sam?
I am, Ross, I am.
Are you going to be sitting on the floor again, or are you going to try and stand up this time for the interviews? Do you think? What's your...
I haven't scouted out my area yet, but
all right.
Hopefully I'm going to be standing up. I'll make sure I'm off camera first, but we'll see.
All right, well, enjoy that. Thank you so much for bringing your insights into the semi-final coverage. We look forward to seeing you down there with those probing questions during the final. It's going to be a great final. In about half an hour from now, we'll kick off with the women's. But for now, from me, Ross Solly, and my co-commentator, Sam Lever, thank you for watching. Wherever you've been watching around the world, we hope you've enjoyed our coverage. And make sure you're back in about half an hour for the first final, the women's final. But for now, from Sam and myself, we'll see you again soon. Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching around the world. It is gold medal time here in Augsburg. This is Augsburg, folks. It is a beautiful city in the heart of Europe. We're in Germany. There's so much history, so much incredible architecture in this city. And there's also an historic canoe slalom course, and that's where we are today because it is men's and women's final time in the kayak. It is also our very last World Cup for the 2025 season, so we are going to crown some overall title holders as well at the end of today's racing. My name is Ross Solly. It is a great pleasure to be bringing you coverage from these finals. We've got 12 of the best men and 12 of the best women competing in the kayak. With me in the commentary this afternoon, French canoe team member Romain Prigent. Romain, some great racing today already, and now the excitement really builds because we're about to not only find out who will be our gold medalists for today, but also our overall World Cup champions for 2025. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to join you on this one, on these finals. Of course, it's going to be a really tough race because the athletes there already did twice the course, this design, and it's a really challenging one. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it is a really challenging course, and it's a good point, Ramon, that you make, that every other event this year we've had just that one heat run and then straight into the finals. Today we've had a heat run, we've had a semi-final, so for all these athletes this is their third run for the day, and as Ramon was just saying, this course is quite challenging. There's a particular section between gates 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, through that little combination there. It is a really tough combination. So 25 gates in all, the 6 upstream gates. And I think what we saw this morning, Ramon, is that that middle section, of course, through 11, 12, 13, 14, that is where you can either win the race or end up with a lot of problems.
Yeah, of course, we've seen also a lot of 50s coming. So I think that the water there is changing a lot. And so you really need to be in the moment and to adapt every of your moves to the water. So yeah, it's a touch or a 50 can come really fast, and you just need to be really focused.
So The big news from today is that a couple of Olympic champions did not make it through. Ricarda Funk just missed out. She was the 13th qualifier in the semi-final, and only the top 12 go through. And so not only is that devastating for Ricarda, who of course does train and competes on these courts so much, but she was also the overall World Cup leader going into today's race. So she is now put herself out of the running for the overall World Cup title with double points up for grabs. And in the men, well, there are a couple of big names missing from there too. Joe Clark was one who did not make it through to the final, and an Olympic champion there. So it just underlines how tough this course is. But gee, there's some good athletes, a lot of very good athletes. And in particular, I think, Roman, a really tight race here for the women's overall World Cup standings. It's very tight here between the top 4 or 5 athletes.
Yes, with Cami, also with the Lever, which is like really good this year. I think that Pankova also can be competing on the overall standing. Evie, of course. Well, it's going to be really tight, and Kimberly, everyone. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, look at that at the top there. So no Ricarda Funk, but Leibfarth, Woods, Lever, Prigent, they're all here. So that's going to make it very, very interesting. And let's have a look now at our field. So in a moment, Lena Tunison will be the first athlete. Your teammate, Eva Petracic, she sneaks into the final. She's had such a good year. Susanna Pankova, Gabby Satkova, Emily Apple, Evie Leibfarth, and then Emma Bouton, Claudia Zwolinska, Eleanor Lilly, Kimberly Woods, Lois Lever, and then Camille Prigent. So 3 French paddlers, Roman, in the final. That's a good result. There'll be a lot of very happy people. Vive la France, they'll be going.
Yeah, they've been paddling really, really good since the beginning of the season. Few podiums, and now all 3 of them are in the finals. So I'm excited to see how it goes, especially for Cami, because she did a big mistake in the semis, and she still won the semis. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see them all.
Yeah, I was amazed actually. I thought that she had made a really bad mistake in the semi-final, but somehow she managed to pull that back in the bottom half of that race. And as you said, Roman, just qualifying the fastest, which I think surprised, including Cami herself looked quite surprised. As we now look at the Dutch paddler Lena Tunison. She is the first paddler on this course, and if you're just joining us, if you've not been watching today, of particular interest, and we'll tell you when we get there, when we get down towards gates number 11, 12, 13. It looks quite simple, but it is a really challenging little combination there. And a good start here for Lena Tunison. No problems yet, no touches. She's got no penalties. She's putting together a good run. If you're trying to watch along at home, if you see on the right-hand side of the screen as the athlete goes through each gate, it gets ticked off on the side. Now let's have a look at this combination here. This is where it gets tricky. 11 and then across to 12. So athletes can choose to go direct. It is a big, high-risk move though. And that is what quite often happens. Gate 14 can be very tight, but I think, Roman, she's okay. She managed to get through that pretty well.
Yeah, she managed it pretty well. So as you said, a lot of paddlers are going to do the spin in the 11 particularly, but maybe not in the 12. But I think it's a good option if you're a bit late, as Lena did. And also Lena, she knows this course like almost by heart. She's living there. So she trains there the whole year, and she's doing super good right now.
She really is. She's going to put down a very good run first up, and quite often it's quite an advantage to be the first paddler. Oh, she makes the big direct move there through. That's a little interesting combination at the end of the course as well. So let's have a look at the time. Ricarda set a 106.71 this morning. So 111.59. Yeah, I think, I'm not sure that that's going to be fast enough for a medal, unfortunately, for Lena Tunison. But as we know, Roman, when you're first athlete on the course, it can be quite, you can set a time and the rest of the field has to beat it, and it can be quite challenging sometimes.
Yeah, it's really challenging, and sometimes it's a good thing to start because no one went before you, so you're free to do whatever you want and to set the time you want. I think maybe this one can be challenged by the other paddlers, but it's still a good time to start.
Oh, so Eva Petrasha now, just 23 years of age, bangs into the side wall with the nose of her boat first up. Didn't lose a lot of time there, but just gave herself a bit of a jolt, I think. How was Eva feeling in the lead up to this week? Of course, she's had a podium already this year, Roman, so she's probably feeling like she's in some good form.
Yeah, of course, and well, she had a podium on a course she knows really well in Po, and here she looks really good in Augsburg, and she always paddles really hard. So I think that the little mistake at the top was not too bad on her. I just hope she can do these few gates really good, and that's really good. Tight.
Yep, she gets through without any problems. So you can see there, her times are coming up in green. So that means at the moment she's 1.18 seconds faster than the current race leader, who's Lena Tunison. So as long as she keeps those times in the green, she'll be okay. Oh, that was close. That was very close.
Yeah. And here too, the paddlers, they were doing spin in the semis, so this is really good. She's really pushing to the podium, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time if she can maintain this through the last two gates. We're going to see a challenge to that fast time that we saw this morning. 106.71 has been the fastest time today for the women on this course. She's going to be just outside that, but Eva Petrasha has put herself well and truly in the mix, and she looks pretty happy. She looks pretty happy with that, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon she's going to challenge for a medal there. That is a good time in a final, isn't it?
It's a good time, and also she took really risky lines, which is always good in a final, I think, to just be as fast as you can. So we'll see.
Lots of big name athletes to come, though, as the 20-year-old Zuzana Pankova heads off down the course now. And the challenge is for her to go under the time of 108.99, which is the current race leading time. 10 athletes in the final, of course. If you're new to this sport, wherever you're watching around the world, it's not overly difficult. We have green gates. These are the green gates that you can see Zuzana going through now. They're downstream gates. You just go straight through those. No problems at all. Another couple of green gates here. Ooh. And then you'll see these, here comes a red gate. So these are called upstream gates. You go past the gates, you go, ooh, and there's a bang on the wall with the nose of the kayak there. You go behind the gate, go back through them. They're called upstream gates. If you touch the gate, it's a 2-second penalty. If you miss the gate, and by missing it, you've got to get your whole head and part of the boat through, then it is a 50-second penalty. Now, Zuzana she's got a touch on gate 11. You can see there on the side of your screen, a 2-second penalty, and just slipping away a little bit, Roman, with her split times at the moment.
Yeah, and sometimes up there, the water takes you on the side, and that's what happened on her. So I hope she can make up some time at the bottom. And she's doing really great right now.
Yeah, solid, but look at that time slipping away though. If that's accurate, that's 5.79. So the gate touch is going to be crucial, but I just don't think she's fast enough anyway for Zuzana. But tomorrow is her big day in the canoe. She definitely prefers the canoe to the kayak, but it's been a good race for her. Finish off the season with a final, and she goes into third position with a 1:13.29.
Yes, and also I think in the summits she didn't know she could make the final with the time she made. She was really surprised about it, so it's good for her that she could race this final, and she took some, now she knows the gate for tomorrow, and I hope she's gonna do this course 3 times tomorrow.
Yes, she's certainly going to be tired by the end of tomorrow night, that's for sure. Or there'll be a few of them there. It's going to be a big couple of days, and then some of them will back up for the kayak cross as well, just to add to the excitement. All right, let's see what Gabby Satkova can do. Hard to believe that Gabby is still just 23 years of... Oh, and I think that there was a touch on gate 2, so that is not the start you want in a final. But Gabriela Satkova, she's so tall and so strong, and she's certainly an athlete who can absorb a 2-second penalty, but she's going to have to get everything right. And now the thing is, Roman, she'll have to take some risks, won't she? Because she knows she's got to pick up 2 seconds somewhere.
Yeah, it's what I said about Eva too. Yeah, that was tight. But yeah, in the final here, I think you need to cut a little bit the lines, as we said. And it's also like, I'm really happy for Gabby that she makes the final in Taiwan, because she's usually a C1 paddler, and she finds a lot of fun in this in the kayak, and she's been doing great today.
Yeah, she's putting together a tidy. In fact, she's tightened up that gap a little bit now, so she's just 1 second outside Eva's time. So is she going to finish off this run here and really challenge for a top, maybe if not the top speed, but certainly get herself into second position? Let's have a look. Nice little combination there. She's keeping the boat moving. She's really keeping that speed up in the boat, and oh, that time says she slipped out a little bit, so let's wait and see. Oh, bit deep there on 22 as well.
Yes, and I think Eva was very fast on the upstream 17. So on the next split time, she was maybe losing a little bit of time, but also Eva makes a really good one.
Moves into second. She looks a little bit disappointed, but well, you take that touch off, and she has the fastest raw time. No, she doesn't. Oh yes, she would have. She would just be the fastest raw time if you took that touch away. But that's coulda, shoulda, woulda, as we say, Roman, and she got the touch, and that's the fact of life, and so she has to just suck that up, unfortunately. But she sits in second, so we are 1/3 of the way through this women's final, and sitting there on top of the leaderboard at the moment is a French paddler, Eva Petrasha. We might hear from her in just a moment, get her thoughts on her run, and whether she thinks this time that she set will be fast enough for a medal. There are still 8 athletes to go, of course, so a lot can happen in this final, and some big name athletes as well. So it's all to play for here on this Augsburg course. The course where, of course, Canoe Slalom made its Olympic debut way back in 1972. The first appearance of Canoe Slalom, then disappeared off the calendar until Barcelona 1992. And it's been on the Olympic program ever since. All right, we're hoping we're going to hear from, we're going to see, let's have a look. Getting a bit of a look at our Augsburg venue here. So no interviews? All right, well, it looks like we are not going to get an interview. I thought we would get an interview there at that stage after the first 4, but it's not to be today. I'm sure she would have some very wise words to say, Ramon, if we were to hear from her, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Yeah, so we're supposed to do it after 4, but for some reason we haven't today. But anyway, it doesn't matter. As we look at Emily Apple now is on the course, and again, Ramon, this local course knowledge. Emily, of course, paddles here a lot. She knows this course very well. and she is certainly an athlete who can challenge, given her knowledge of where the fast parts of this course are and how to get around some of these tricky parts.
Yeah, of course, and since the beginning of the day, I feel like she is just being faster and faster, so I hope she can make up for that 2 seconds penalty at the top. But here she is really good and she paddles really smooth.
Yeah, 2 second touch, 2 second penalty for gate 4, but and that at the moment is the difference for Emily Apple. Take that. Oh, that's tight. Yeah, no, unfortunately, there we go. Gate 12 strikes again. Just lost her way a little bit. Looked like she lost her balance. They are going to review it. They will look at it just to make doubly sure that it was a miss, but it certainly looked tight. And the judges on the side of the course have given her a 50-second penalty for missing that gate. It certainly looked tight, Ramona. I think that you and I both reacted there. It didn't look like she got it right, I don't think.
Yes, and also it's like in that sense here, if the water doesn't respect you, then you just go. It goes super fast. It's really hard to make up for it. But she's really fast.
Heartbreak. Yeah. I mean, look at her split time. Take away a 50-second penalty. Take away 52 seconds in penalty. And look at that. She is absolutely annoyed with herself because that is an opportunity missed for Emily Apple, because you take away that 52 seconds in penalties and you are sitting up there in the lead. But again, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Let's have a look here. Gate number 12. How close? Ooh, so there's a touch there. We'll have a look at gate 12 here. Here we go. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I think the judges made the right call.
Yeah, the boat is not in the gate.
No. No. All right, the very familiar style of the American Evie Liebfarth charges off down the course, currently sitting in second overall in the World Cup standings. You would think here that a top 3 finish is going to really give her a big chance of becoming the overall World Cup champion of 2025. She's so fast, she's so unique in her paddling style, always looks so busy. And look at that split time early on. She's tracking really, really well here.
Yeah, and we can count on her to take these risky lines, as I said, because she is always finding a way to be faster on these ones.
Here we go. Let's see what she does here. Oh, yes, she pulls it off. Ooh. Well done, Evie.
It was tight.
It was tight. It was high risk, but she's done it. And now look at the result. Look at the reward. This is what we were talking about before. You've got to risk it for the biscuit, and she went for the high risk. Of course, there's always that chance, as we saw just a minute ago, that it will backfire on you and you'll attract a big penalty. But Evie went for it, and she's pulled it off, and she is now tracking towards the finish line, and she is the fastest paddler on the course so far. She is in the gold medal position. Little bit slow through 22, but she's got some... Oh, look at that split time. That's interesting. Let's have a look and see how she finishes. Oh, working hard to get across there to 24. Needs a big finish here. Needs to nail this last gate. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. I think she's going to be just outside, is she? Yes, she is. Well, I tell you what, Eva was very fast at the bottom of the course, wasn't she? When you look at, I mean, Evie Liebfarth was tracking so well, but Eva Petracci, she was so fast at the bottom of the course when you see these split times now.
Yeah, she was really fast, and I think it's a good thing to be fast on the last part, because you're just really tired, and when you can find the good lines, then it's saving you a lot of energy, and I think that's what Eva did. So really good so far.
All right, so we look at the second of the French paddlers. This is Emma Vouton, who is now heading off to try and, just looked like she lost a little bit of balance there coming out of that upstream gate, but she's back on track again now. So difficult. The water here is so choppy, it's so fast, and Emma Bouton, you can see the support team trying to keep up with her. They're having to really put in some good sprinting down the side of the course there to keep up. Oh, and there's a big touch, unfortunately, for Emma on gate 7. She needs to put that out of her mind, though, because she's coming down here to a very, very tough part of the course. So she looks like she's working hard to try and get back on track.
Yeah, and if I'm not doing any mistake, I think it's her first final in the World Cup season on the last one. So I'm really happy for her that she managed to do that, because she was struggling a lot this year. And she's being really fast here.
Yeah, in fact, that gate touch is the difference at the moment for Emma Bouton, but we know that the bottom of the course, there is not much time to be made up there on Eva Petracci, because she was so fast, and so you really need to be in a good position coming into the last few gates. And that 2-second penalty, that might prove costly for Emma Bouton as she comes down now with just 3 gates to go. And she's got 23 done, 24. Now this last upstream gate, yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. Let's have a look at her race for the finish line.
Yes.
Just outside.
Right behind.
Just outside. Wow. So we have France 1 and 2 at the moment, and there's still another French paddler to come. And so this is really building up to be a very, very exciting final. What's her raw time there for Emma Bouton? Again, 0.12. The raw time would have put her in the lead. Now, Klaudia Zwolinska, the Olympic silver medalist, has not had a podium this year, so by her standards, it's been, I guess, in some ways a disappointing season, but she's great in when the big times come along. That's when you see the very best of Klaudia. Oh, are they giving her a touch there? Yes, they are on gate 2, so that is a disappointing start, and she was very slow through gate 2 as well, so now she has some work to do to try and make up for that speed. But certainly this has not been her best season, Klaudia, after a big Olympic campaign last year. And this is going to be a tough run for her now with that early gate touch from on to get in touch with that fastest time.
Yes, I think so. And also I think that the Olympic medalists after the games, sometimes it's a bit hard for them to get into just the race mode again.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's you can be a little bit flat. The excitement of an Olympic medal, and well, look at that sprint time though. The sprint time tells us that she's now the fastest on the course. So that is a handheld time, by the way. But let's assume that that's right. Somehow, Klaudia Zwolinska has put herself back in the mix here. Let's have a look as she comes down. A handful of gates to go. Is she going to challenge for the lead? Is she going to put herself into the position? No, a touch on gate 18. So 4 seconds in penalty. There's no way she can absorb 4 seconds in penalties, surely, and get herself into a medal position. Coming down now, 2 more gates to go. I mean, it's a good run, a really good run, but 4 seconds in penalties, I think. Let's have a look. Comes down just outside, moves into 4th. Wow. That is frustrating, I'm sure. So impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
105.
Yeah, so she's a second behind. Yeah, that's amazing. 105, which would be the fastest time on the course today. That would be the fastest time on the course today, has just been set. Fastest raw time, but 4 seconds in penalties. Unfortunately, it's going to cost her a medal, and that's the difference, isn't it, between the top athletes? If you can stay clean and get everything right, then give yourself a chance. Well, I think we're about to hear from our race leader. We've got 4 athletes to go. before we crown this year's champion and World Cup medalist here in Augsburg. So in a moment, we'll hear from Eva Petrasha. We'll see what she thinks about her chances with 4 paddlers to go.
Eva, the course today in Augsburg is really tricky. How did it feel being out there?
At the beginning, it's not really easy for me, but after it was more better. So I just have to hope of the next.
And Eva, last weekend, the race was won in 78 seconds. Our current race lead time is 108 seconds. It's a 30-second difference. It's half a minute. What's that like trying to transition from Tassen to Augsburg?
It's really hard. Here it was too long and hard. Better than it's too difficult than Tassen. But here it was more tricky than Tassen, I think, and it was good.
And who are you looking out for out of the 4 still to come? Who are you scared about?
All.
Okay, good luck, Eva.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can't split the last 4 still to come. There's some big names still to come on the water. So and lots of athletes there who could quite easily take the win still. It's an interesting point, isn't it, Roman, that as Sam Lever was just pointing out, 30 seconds slower this course than last week. It is so much longer and so much more difficult than the course they were racing on last week.
Yeah, it's so much longer, and also they put the finish line a bit above than we used to have to make it shorter, but it's still long. So it's really challenging, and I think it's really not the same on the arms.
No, it's hard work. But here is somebody who we would expect to be challenging. Eleanor Lillich, of course, a former world champion, loves this course, and let's see if she can really nail a run here today. For Eleanor Lillich in front of the crowd. The German fans are here. They're getting behind her. Look at that. The weather here is not great. It's cold. There's been rain. But you can hear the noise. You can hear the crowd getting behind Eleanor Lillich now as she comes down through gates 9 and 10. Let's see, what's her approach going to be here through 11, 12? She gets through. She does the spin. Pretty good. She's tracking pretty well at the moment.
Really
it's a good start. Yep.
Really good start. She's paddling really strong, like almost 3 seconds faster. It's really good.
And getting stronger and stronger as she gets towards the bottom of the course. So that is a big gap that she's opened up now at the top of the leaderboard. Let's watch now as she comes down. This last part of the course can be tricky. You can go a little bit too shallow, but she has nailed it. Look at that. She's still in front, not by much. It's closing up at the top of the leaderboard. So can she really nail these last couple of gates? Just a few more to go. Oh, she's been pushed a little bit deep there. Yeah, she recovers, but how much time did she lose? She comes around. I think we're going to have a new race leader. She turns now, heads for home. It's going to be super close, but we're going to have a new race leader for sure. Wow. Eleanor Lillich goes into the lead. What a run. 107.73. She moves into the gold medal position for Eleanor Lillich, and that was a great... I tell you what was good about that run, Romana, it was very consistent all the way down, wasn't it?
All the way down, like she was just paddling strong on every gate. She was just, I don't know, pushing to the win, and it's super good for her. Like she got a win last week in the canoe, and now maybe it's gonna be one in the kayak at home.
Yeah, and that local knowledge of the course, I mean, we see it all the time, and obviously it gives you a big heads up. And now let's look at Kimberly Woods. She won gold last week. She showed us what she's capable of. And if anybody can pull out something really, really special, it is Kimberly Woods. And I can tell you what, with Kimberly, she won't be frightened to take risks. She will absolutely go for it. And you can see already Roman, she is really throwing this down. Look at that. She's already a second quicker than Eleanor Lilick.
Yeah, and she really managed to put the nose of her boat just down the river, which is good because it looks really fast here. And she just needs to do these gates well. Whew.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Sorry,
absolutely. Absolutely perfect. She is on a run here. This is a run for Kimberly Woods from Rugby in Great Britain. She's really nailing this. She's got more than a second up at the moment on Eleanor Lilick. Can she hold it together though? Can she get back-to-back gold medals?
Wow.
Can she put herself in the running for the overall World Cup champion for 2025? She's just a couple of gates away now. Kimberly Woods getting everything right. This has been a run and something else. 3.44 seconds quicker than Eleanor Lilick. Let's see, can she finish it off? She's got one more gate to go. Oh my God, well, let's have a look at this time. A little bit deep there. Oh, how much time did she lose? Coming down to the finish line now, she crosses, she's gonna go in the lead. We've got a new race leader, Kimberly Woods. Look at that time. Oh my God.
That's so good. That's why I love this sport.
Oh, gutsy run there for Kimberly Woods.
Yeah, and it went just better and better the whole way down. Even down there, it was also a risky move, and as I said, the nose down, and she just kept going to the finish line like that.
I mean, unbelievable that she would nail that run 2 weeks in a row. Just the strength of her to pull that off. Bronze medalist, of course, from the Olympics last year, and she has thrown down the gauntlet now. And her teammate now, Lois Lever, who has also had a super consistent season. She's had a couple of bronze medals already. She's sitting up there in the top 5 in the overall World Cup standings. But she has got some work to do to get under this time of Kimberly Woods, which is the fastest time on the course so far today. Lois Lever, she's been really, I think, the most improved paddler on the course this year, hasn't she?
Yes, she's been paddling really strong. As you said, like consistent, always. Even today, every run was just good and really fast. And now she's doing really well on these ones. That was tight.
And I think a touch. I don't know that anyone can go under 104.55 with a touch, Roman. That's going to be very tough. I think you need to have a perfect run, clean run, if you're going to challenge Kimberly Woods' time. And that gate touch on gate 6 could prove very costly for Lois Lever here. But she's still got her sights on a medal.
Yes, but I think for the win, yeah, it must be a clean run for sure, because 104, it's a really good time. Wow.
So she gets a little bit stuck there, coming out of that last upstream gate. As she comes down, she's got one more gate to go. You can see on the top right-hand side of the screen that the time is slipping away from her, though. Don't think it's going to be a medal today for Lois Lever. She crosses. Oh, maybe, though. She's gone into third. She has gone into third. So it's a nervous wait for her, because we still have a couple of paddlers to go. Yeah, sorry, go on, Roman.
Yeah, I was saying, like, for the overall World Cup standing, I don't know how it's going to work.
Well, I think that it would have to be Kimberly unless Cami comes out and wins. If Cami can come out and get ahead of Kimberly Woods here, that might be enough for her to snatch the overall World Cup standings gold medal off her. But she would need to beat Kimberly here for sure. Otherwise, I think Kimberly Woods has it wrapped up. Let's have a look now for Camille Prigent. She's been so consistent this year. She's had so many good runs. Can she finish it off here? And do a time that is going to challenge. It's been a good positive start for Camille. She's had a podium, 2 podiums this year, 2 silver medals, one in Liceo and one in Prague. And so far, pretty good. She's close enough. She's within touching distance of Kimberly Wood's time. How do you think? How's she looking, Roman? Do you think?
I think she's looking good, and I feel like she's just paddling as she knows, you know, like she doesn't try to. Oof. I don't know if it was in the plan, but.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
no.
I'm struggling.
Yeah, no, and she's got a touch on gate 13, so that is going to be very hard for her to win with that gate touch. Let's have a look. She's going to have to do something very, very special now on the bottom of this course. And Kimberly Woods looks pretty excited. She looks like she knows that she might have this sewn up, which will be amazing. They're already celebrating, which is a bit early, I would have thought, but you can see with the split times coming in, it's getting away from Cam. Oh, and there's, oh dear. Yep, no, and that's it. The race is over. The gold medal will go to Kimberly Woods from Great Britain as Cammy Prigent comes down here. The last gate gets around that okay. Can she challenge for a medal? She's coming down, crosses the line. She does go, oh, just outside, into 4th. 4 seconds in penalties, so let's have a look at that raw time. If you take those 4 seconds off, she'd still be in the silver medal position, but Kimberly Woods back-to-back gold medals, and I suspect, Roman, that will also mean that she has become the overall World Cup champion for this year. What an incredible finish to the season.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's impressive, and also, as we said, like, it's really different than last week. So maybe we would have expected that it would be for someone else, but she can manage almost everything then.
Yeah, super impressive. Great season for Cammy. Consistent, ultra consistent all season. And I think she'll go down to Penrith feeling pretty confident about her form ahead of the World Championships, and she spends a lot of time training in Penrith, so I think she'll feel pretty good. But, well, there is no doubt at all about our champion for today. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and they don't make them much tougher than Kimberly Woods. Gold medal last week, gold medal again today. Probably the overall World Cup champion for this year. This is Kimberly Woods from Great Britain.
Before last weekend, you'd never won a World Cup in K1. Now you're back-to-back, and I think the World Cup overall winner. Explain yourself.
I can't. I think I'm a bit speechless that it finally. I'm actually finding a bit of a groove in my final runs. I knew I had to really push it there. Like, Camille absolutely nailed those down in the eddies on the first run. So, well, second run. But, yeah, to do that after 3 runs, I'm pretty pleased.
You mentioned the downs and the eddies. There's some tricky ones set today. I saw you on the reverse strokes a lot. That kind of felt good. How did the run feel?
That one felt a lot better. My first run was I definitely benefited from the 30 votes through. But, yeah, I mean, like, coming through that semi-final, Lois obviously was in the first position. I still wasn't sure if that was going to be enough, but I improved a lot from run to run, and, yeah, really happy to share it with my teammate, Lois. Yeah, she's done amazing, and, yeah, really happy to have put that run together.
Yeah, 2 British kayak women on the overall podium, I believe. Lois, anything to say for your debut season?
No, just really pleased to be here and pleased that it's finally coming together in these senior races off the back of, my last year in 23, so just really pleased for both of us.
Yeah, congratulations, girls.
Thank you.
Yeah, Great Britain, gold and bronze there, and Eleanor Lillick splitting the 2 in the middle there. What a great result for them. And you look at Cammy there with her 2 gate touches, take those away, and she's up there in the silver medal position. But that's the way it goes. Roman, you've got to stay clean. You've got to stay away from the gates. We'll get confirmation in just a moment of the overall standings. I think it is going to be Kimberly Woods, though, as the overall champion. But we'll just wait for the final. They've got to add up all the numbers. And we'll have a look at that after we listen to some words of wisdom from Ricarda Funk.
Speaking of challenge, how was it after Paris? You know, how was it to do the recovery and, you know, have a fresh mind and come back?
Well, after racing Olympic Games, yeah, it is a challenge. It wasn't a challenge after Tokyo because my goal was very clear. I was always like, okay, Paris is the goal, I want to be there. And so it was easy for me to switch back into training. But I can feel the difference between Paris and Tokyo. After Paris, it's been quite a challenge. Already last season, to motivate for the last 2 World Cups, it was quite hard. Some tears were just rolling on my cheeks. Because, yeah, you're just wondering after you had this big goal and it's gone, you're wondering where are you going, and this is quite difficult.
Well, it wasn't to be today for Ricarda Funk, unfortunately not making it through to the final. And also having gone into this weekend as the overall World Cup champion means that she has missed out on that as well. We haven't had confirmation yet of the standings, but I think that it will be Kimberly Woods who takes the gold. Let's have a look at the men's World Cup standings, and no doubt at all about our leader. Look at that, Titouan Castryck. I mean, you've won 3 gold medals this season. You've got to be on top of the leaderboard. Anatole Delassus, 3 silver medals. So, of course, he is second on the leaderboard. What an incredible season they've had, Roman. And, I mean, it would feel quite rude, I think, for especially for Titouan to win 3 gold medals if he wasn't the overall World Cup champion. But that's what happens on the last day, of course, double points. And it can happen, and strange things have occurred before.
And also with his teammates, Anatole, that can actually go for the win and the win of the overall World Cup standings. So I'm curious about what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a fierce final as we look at the Belgian Gabriel da Costa. He is the first athlete on the course. So Titouan's time in the... Ooh, how is that? Is that... well, he's definitely got a touch there for da Costa. Titouan's time in the semi-final is the fastest time on the course today, 92.72. So let's have a look and see how... And that was a super fast run there for Castryck. So let's see what we need here to see from Gabby da Costa to get anywhere near that. But I mean, Titouan's run in the semi-final was very, very special.
Yeah, it was really special. I'm also curious about how the guys are going to do the 11 gate, because maybe they will go direct. I don't know if it's faster, but they've done it already twice, so. Oh no.
Oops.
I hope he's all good. I don't know.
Ooh. What happened there? That's very strange. I don't know what's happened there, but he's obviously might have hurt himself, or let's just have a look. He seems okay, but he's obviously disappointed. Might be his... No, I don't know. Are you a doctor, Roman? Do you have any medical training at all? Can you give us any insights into what might be going on there? That was very surprising.
Yeah, I wish I had, but I don't. It was surprising. I don't know what happened.
It just seemed to, I don't know, it looked like he jarred himself, or maybe it was his, it looks like he's grabbing his wrist there, but then maybe it's just disappointment, Roman. Maybe there's just a disappointment there that it didn't quite go right for him.
Yeah, maybe. And also, like, he didn't do the best run so far today, so I think he was really keen to, like, good run and a clean one, and wasn't going super well, so maybe that's it. Disappointment can be hard sometimes.
Oh! Ooh! Okay, the judges have said that's okay for now. Let's wait and see. But here is a man who will definitely fly by the seat of his pants. He is a showman. There is no doubt about that. He will always put on a show. He's confident, he's brash, he's exciting, and we've seen him do some... Oh! Some absolutely amazing runs. A big touch though on gate 9 for Ziegelin. But he is just, I mean, the guy has got so much confidence and doesn't, you know, he's not afraid to take risks. Let's have a look how he goes through this here. That was very good through that combination there. Wow.
Yeah, he's really confident and he looks like it, and I think it's helping him a lot to be just, well, to try to be the best. Yeah.
Made an absolute mess there though of gate 17. Oh, it looks like 19. Is that okay? Yep. Judges said that's fine, but made a mess there of gate 17. So 4 seconds in penalties in a final. Ramon, that is very, very hard to win a gold medal with that many penalties. Oh, and another one. So let's make that 6 seconds. Yep.
And we can see that the guys, they just try to cut as much as the line they can. And, well, sometimes it's too much. You just need to find the balance there.
Yeah, that's the pressure, though. That is the pressure of a big final. And Ziegelin knowing how well, especially the two French paddlers are going. Plus, there's an Olympic champion in this field as well. Knowing that, he had to really do some risks. And unfortunately, 3 gate touches. And that is going to be very, very tough. In fact, I think we can safely say that Ziegelin is probably not in the hunt there for a medal today, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a bit sad because I like when they're a bit fighting for the medal between Ochevar and Castryck, because there is a little game between them two, I think. But yeah, it's going to be tough for today.
Right, let's have a look at the Austrian Felix Oschmarch now. Heading off down the course, hasn't been on the podium this year, but we know what he's capable of if he can absolutely be on top of his game. He's very upright paddler, just looks, always looks like he's in control. Looks a bit awkward, and I hope he doesn't take offense at me saying this, he looks a bit awkward sometimes, but my goodness, it's efficient for him and he gets some really good times. And so far, let's have a look at the time. He's tracking pretty well at the moment. Nice little combination there. Let's see how he attacks here. He's turned around now. Let's see how he goes through 11 and 12. Ooh, yep. Nice.
Nice. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, there is time to be made up to... Yeah. Sorry, go on, Ruman.
Yeah, I was going to say that the spin there is maybe the best and the safest option. And she made it really well. And the water was not against him there, so that's tight.
But he is still moving well. And he's, oh, there we go. Commentator's curse kicks in on gate 22. I'm sorry, Felix, that was my fault. And another one on 23. So consecutive touches. 4 seconds now in penalties, and that is unfortunately what was a good run up until then has now just fallen away. 97.92, and he knows it because you take those 4 seconds off and he is right in the mix for a medal. But that is finals racing. You've got to get it absolutely spot on, and he hasn't been able to do it today. So Felix Oschmarch will struggle, I think, to find himself on the podium. So the overall leader going into this weekend was, of course, Titouan Castryck. We're going to see him on the water very, very soon. Anatole Delassus sitting second. And in just a moment, we're going to see Matthew Polazik from Poland. He is currently sitting in 3rd position. Now, he's quite a long way off the top 2, but with double points, if he can pull out a good run here, get himself onto the podium, then he's going to put a lot of pressure on the 2 French paddlers. He's just had a great season, Polazik. Picked up the bronze medal last weekend in Tucson, and he would, well, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it, Roman. He wants a medal, and he wants to really challenge this course, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And as he said last week on an interview in Tucson, here you need to respect the water, otherwise bon voyage. He said that, and I think it's really true. And now he's just going with it.
Yeah, he did say that. That was one of the quotes of the week, actually. So, bon voyage indeed. But at the moment, he is... Oh, there we go. There we go. Good on you, Ross. Gate 11.
Yeah.
He gets the touch. I mean, sometimes I just think, why don't I just shut up and don't say anything? I think the athletes would probably prefer that sometimes. But anyway, let's have a look now for Mathieu. You can see with that gate touch, it's put him behind the split time. He's got some work to do now if he wants to get himself... Oh, how tight was that as well?
Yeah. We'll see. It's clear for now, but...
So he's picked up a bit of time, though. You can see there he's narrowed the gap a bit, though. So maybe he can finish off here and put himself into a position to maybe challenge. Let's have a look now. He's got to go around. I think we might see him slip into the lead here. Yeah, I think he is. Yes, he does. 96.69. So he goes into the lead. I mean, I can't see, Romain, I can't see that being a medal-winning time, given what we saw in the semi-finals, but still, I mean, he's sitting there in the #1 position now, and there are 8 athletes still to go, so it's now up to everybody else to try and go faster than him.
Yeah, and basically anything can happen in the final, so it could be... Oh, I hope the winning time is going to be a bit better, but it could be for a medal, I don't know.
Yeah, and, you know, he is... I'm sure has one eye on the overall World Cup standings, and he is third on the yeah, that's going to be tight. Are they reviewing it? Let me have a look. There's an asterisk next to his name, which is never a good sign. So they will look at that, and I think he knows it. He looks like a man who might be thinking that very, very soon he's going to be told bon voyage, because they are looking. We'll keep an eye on it, but there's an asterisk next to his name, which means that the judges in the central judging position with all the TV screens will be examining. I mean, it was close, wasn't it, Ramona? It depends, I guess. We can't see all the angles, so it depends on what angles the judges can see on the television monitors.
Yes, it's close, but yeah, obviously there is a few cameras there. I think they're just deciding, and sometimes when it's like that, with the wave sometimes hiding, it's really tricky to judge.
Well, we will keep you posted. We're watching closely. We're waiting to find out whether the judges will give him the all clear. At the moment, he's sitting on a time of 96.69, and after 1/3 of the way through this men's final, he is sitting on top of the leaderboard. But that time, 96.69, if you compare that with the time of Titouan this morning, he was a 92.72, so 4 seconds faster this morning, so it's a big difference. Yes, you are on telly. Give us a wave. There you go. People love it. People love it when they're on the big screen. Lucky we're not doing Kiss Cam though, because we're banned from doing that after Coldplay. So we don't do Kiss Cam here at Canoe Slalom. We just do general crowd shots, Romain. We don't want a Coldplay incident here in Augsburg, do we?
No. Better we don't.
All right, let's have a look at Jakub Krecki now. I can see they've just taken the asterisks away from Mathieu Polazic. So, oh, Jakub Krecki, what did you do there, my friend? Made an absolute mess of gate #2. They've taken the asterisk away from Polazic, so he still sits on top of the leaderboard, as now Jakub Krecki has got some work to do to try and pick up 2 seconds somewhere on this course. I mean, he is very capable. Oh, no. Oh, dear. That is a big touch there. So, I mean, one thing I'll say, though, Romain, is that at least he's not making it hard for the judges. It's very obvious, yeah. His gate touches. When he hits them, he hits them. And there's another one. So this is not a good run, unfortunately, for Krecki.
Yes, for sure it's obvious. But I thought he could really be fast on this final. Like I was waiting on him to put on a good time, but right now with 6 seconds penalty, it's a bit too much.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be disappointed because he normally is such a consistent oh, no. Wow, that's a tough run here for the Czech. 8 seconds in penalties, and he's still got a couple of gates to go. One more gate to go now. But that is not, oh, and another one. Dear, oh dear, 10 seconds in penalties. Yeah, that is... Oh, yeah, I think that says it all. I mean, if he shook his head anymore, it'd fall off his shoulders. He's still shaking his head. He's still... You know what? He'll be shaking his head all the way back to the hotel. He'll just be, oh my goodness, he'll just be sitting there shaking his head, thinking, what the heck was I thinking? But don't worry, he will be back. He'll be back in Penrith, I'm sure, paddling very, very well. Hopefully by then he would have stopped shaking his head in disgust.
Yeah, I hope for him. But the time was actually good. I think the penalties are way too much. Plus 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. All right, now we're going to get serious because Anatole Delassus has had such a good season, so good that it was a bit of a surprise, I think, for everybody when he didn't finish on the podium last week after 3 consecutive silver medals. And he is a really... Tell us a little bit, Romain, what is the rivalry like between Anatole and Titouan? Are they good friends, I assume, but what is their rivalry like on the course? Are they pretty fierce rivals?
I think so. Like they train together, so I think they're really good friends, and they try to push each other to the best level they can. But I think on race day, it's like, yeah, Anatole is just gonna do the best run he can to beat Titouan, and other way around too.
Yeah, he wants to put down a run here, and look at this. He's currently the fastest man on the course, and no penalties, and so that is a good sign. He's tracking very, very well. I don't think his time is going to challenge Titouan's time this morning, but the best thing about it is he has no penalty, so he looks like he's going to get himself into the lead here if he can finish off here. Looks like he's got the boat travelling well. Look at that, he's now 2.5 seconds almost. Good run here, Romain.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Great job. Like almost 3 seconds faster. I hope it can challenge it. It would be good.
Ooh, yes. Well.
Yeah, but he knows. He knows.
He knows. He knows. He's trying to. He'd be very good at poker. He's not giving much away with his face at the moment. But I think, yeah, look at that. We can see you smiling, Anatole. We can see it, mate. We know you're happy, and you should be happy because that's 93.5 is not that much behind Titouan's time. So Titouan knows now that he's going to have to do a run just as good as he did in the semi-final. So that's a good pressure run for Anatole to put on the Olympic silver medalist, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think it's really good. And also I think he knows that Titouan can be a bit faster. That's why he shakes a little bit his head, but it's a good time. Mistake can happen really easily too.
For sure. For sure. All right. I mean, we're talking a bit about the French, but there are other athletes here who can still upset the apple cart, including this man on the course at the moment, Martin Dugu. Don't forget, we've still got an Olympic champion and a couple of hometown favourites who I'm sure will fancy their chances on this course. But let's look at Martin Dugu now. He is really going for it here at the top of the course. He's pinned the ears back, and look at that split time early. I mean, he is capable of a very, very good run, and I tell you what, he will be brave. Whoa! It's absolutely throwing this boat around. He looks like he's on a bit of a mission here. Let's have a look what he does through this important middle stage here. if he nails this, which he has, okay, this has been good. This is a good run so far, really good.
This is really good, and he's been a bit struggling this year with racing, and on this weekend I feel like he could really go for either for the win or for a medal, but would be really good. He's paddling really good.
Yeah, he's close enough, if good enough. Needs to get everything, though, 100% right, though, at the bottom of the course. Any mistakes here, and he will pay a price, because he's a little bit behind Anatole's time at the moment. I think he's lost a little bit of time at the bottom of the course, though, for Martin Dugu. This is where Anatole was very fast as he got down towards the finish line. Comes down now, and he moves into second position. He looks happy with that. He looks happy with second.
Yeah, I hope he's happy, because
yeah.
It's good time.
Yeah. Yep. We're seeing some pretty good times now. He was very fast at the top of the course, really attacked the gates early on. Maybe just lost a little bit of time, Roman, just down near the bottom of the course. Maybe not as smooth as he might have liked, but certainly that time, if we have a look at it, it should challenge, you would think, potentially for a medal, because, yeah.
It's a 50.
Oh, they've given him a 50. Yep.
Yeah, it's a 50.
They've given him a 50. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit of a downer. That is a downer. All right, let's have a look at the Olympic champion now, Giovanni De Janeiro. We talked about, Roman was talking about how hard it is the year after an Olympics, and Giovanni De Janeiro this season probably hasn't had the results that he would like. Hasn't done a lot of paddling, to be fair, either, but let's see what he can do. The Italian Ferrari out there on the course, absolutely zipping down the course at the moment. He's going to have to be at his very best to be up there, challenge for a medal. But we know, I mean, if you win an Olympic gold medal, then you've got to know, oh, ooh, I'm not sure. No, yep, that's a 50.
Yeah, it's a 50.
Was that the gate? Was that the gate that he got the 50 on this morning that was then taken off? I can't remember, but
No.
I feel it might have been. No?
No, it was on gate 8.
That's right, yes. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, that's a 50. I don't think when he crosses the finish line that he'll be surprised. That's
Yeah,
that gate 12
really
remark.
tight.
It's just, yeah. I mean, you can understand why they're going for it, why the athletes will have a go at it, but it's just so risky, isn't it?
Yeah, and also there, as I said, the water is moving a lot, so if you want to cut the line, then you have to make sure before then that you're on the right one at least. It was really too tight here, I think.
Yeah. Fair to say...
The time is good.
Oh, it's better than good. It's like he would be in the lead by a couple of seconds so no wonder he was a bit nonplussed. I mean, I'm looking here at his raw time. That's around a 91.
Yeah.
Which is faster than Titouan's time this morning, but then again, he also picked up a bit of time by not going through the gate properly.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. So we are at the 2/3 of the way through our men's final, and our current race leader is the Frenchman, Anatole Delassus. What does he think about his chances of winning gold today? Let's hear from the man himself.
Anatole, really fast time. Do you think it's going to be enough?
I don't know. I don't think. I think there's a lot of guys can more go faster. So I wait. I hope, and we will see.
Look, last weekend in Tassin, you didn't make the final. Has that really fired you up for this one?
Yeah, the last week was a big deception. I was really disappointed, and I'm glad to make a good one here in Augsburg, and yeah, it's perfect.
Since you were young, your conversion rate from finals, making them into medals, has been excellent. Is there anything you can put that down to? Do you understand? In many finals, since you were very young, you always get the medal. Whenever you're in the final, you always take the medal. Can you put this down to anything?
I don't know. Yes, I hope, but I don't know.
Okay. Good luck, Anatol.
Thank you.
I think we'll have to get Sam Lever. We'll have to get him to learn some French, I think, Roman, so that especially if French athletes are going to keep winning medals, I think we'll have to make sure that he can speak fluent French. So let's have a look there at the moment. It is Anatol Delassus, Mathieu Polisic and Felix Oshmarch in your top 3. But we've got 4 athletes to go, and they're 4 pretty good athletes. It's going to be a very exciting finish, I think.
Yeah, I'm always really excited to see the French talking in English because it can be funny sometimes. I know it myself.
Well,
but maybe
let me say this. Let me say this. You think that's funny? It's funnier though when people like me, who don't speak a lot of French, try and speak French. One day I'll tell you a story about a time I went to a French restaurant and I ordered what I thought was going to be fish. And when the meal came along, it was steak. So it was. So don't worry. We have no idea what we're doing half the time. As we look now, oh, Noah Hege, the German. He was so good in his heat run this morning, and of course this is his home course. He knows this course back to front. And he would, and look at the team running down, the support team running down the bank along. Ooh, that was tight.
Fast.
It was tight too. How were the judges there? Well, he's got a touch there on gate number 9, and he is absolutely going for it. He is not leaving anything to chance. I think he's taken the approach that, well, I'm either going to win this or I'm going to come last. But I'm not going to wonder what could have been. He's absolutely going for it on this course.
Yeah, he is, and also I think it's the best 7 and 8 gates I've seen whole day. It was really, really fast, as if there was nothing.
Yeah, it was super quick. Oh, is that a touch there again on 22? No, I saw the gates moving, but I think... Okay, we're going to get close here. Here we go. We've got one more gate to go. Is he going to go into the lead? I think he is. Noah Hege comes down, crosses the finish line. New race leader. No! Oh, goodness gracious me. The 2-second touch for the penalty is going to be crucial, and he knows it. He cannot believe it. That is a super fast raw time, but a gate touch. It was definitely there. We saw the touch. Ooh, that was tight as well, but the judges gave it the all clear. Ooh, yeah, I think that was. I mean, it's hard, isn't it, Roman? Sometimes it's so fast you don't know whether it's water, you don't know what's moved the gate. The judges have to make that call on the spot. You know, I think Noah Hege, he's not quite sure about the touch, but anyway, they'll review it. I'm just going to see if they put an asterisk next to his name or not. No, there's no asterisk, so they've just settled for that time.
And it's true, sometimes the water can really move a gate strong, so sometimes the judge, they talk about it a lot. Wow.
So now we have the veteran Hannes Agner, who's been around for many, many years. Possibly, let's see, I think his first Olympics were back in 2008, if my memory serves me correct, for Hannes Agner. And here he is paddling again. Such a great performer over so many years, and would love to get a medal on this course. But look at that, 2 gate touches already, 4 seconds. I just think with the quality of this field today, I don't know that you can have 2 gate touches and win a medal.
Yeah, especially with the Noah second, who's really, really close to Anatol. I think it's a bit too much.
But he is putting it in. He's trying hard as he gets down. But look at that. He's now more than 6 seconds behind Anatol's time. So that's going to be tough. So what it's going to mean is that once again, Roman Anatol looks like he's going to win a medal. We don't know what colour just yet, but he's definitely going to win a medal. And I mean, that is incredible for the season he's had, to only miss the podium once for the whole season. That is a very, very consistent year, isn't it?
It's a very consistent year, of course, and also last week for him, missing on the final, it was a bit tough, because when you don't race for a long time, it's a bit hard to just get into race mode again. So he struggled a little bit with that, but he managed to get it back.
Yeah, it was just 1 week blip, and then he was back at his very, very best. So we have 2 athletes to go. And what a contest. It is coming down to the wire. Anatol Delassus at the moment sitting in the gold medal position. Now, Titouan Castryck, who will be the last paddler on the course, if he can manage to get himself on the podium, then I think that will be enough for him to secure the overall World Cup title. If he doesn't make the podium, well, it's going to make it very, very tight between himself and Anatol Delassus for the overall champion of 2025. But let's have a look at this young man first. He's so exciting. Xavi Ferrazzi has had some great races this year, but hasn't really put it together in a final. He's been very good in heats. He was the fastest qualifier, I think, last week, or was it the week before? And once again, look at this. He's made such a fast start. He's so exciting. Can he hold it together, though, in a final? That's the big question.
Yeah, I really hope for him that he can, because he always look like it's easy, you know. Like, oh no.
Gee, that is what I'm talking about. He did the same thing in the he did the same thing last week in Tussin. I think he got a 50 in the final there as well. And you know, he was tracking so well. So, well, okay, so let's look at the update now. So Anatol now moves into the silver medal position, having already won 3 silver medals this year already. He's now moved into the silver medal position again. And Noah Hege has moved into the bronze medal position. That is the very worst that they can do with just the one athlete to come. He's not a bad athlete, though. This bloke, he's won 3 gold medals. Titouan Castryck this year. He's also the Olympic silver medalist. Is he good? Is Titouan good in a nervous situation? Is he pretty calm? Roman, tell us.
Well, I think he is. Like, I think that's the part of the race he enjoys the most. Like, he's just at the start. There is everything just to do, and he needs to do it, and he loves that, I think.
Well, we're about to find out whether he can handle the pressure today. Can he handle the nerves? Because there's much more than just the gold medal here up for grabs. There's also the overall World Cup champion for 2025. And how big would that be for him to go to Penrith in Australia for the World Championships with that title as well? He is underway. Let's have a look at the great man from France, Titouan Castryck, far and away the best paddler in the men's kayak competition this year. And look at that start. He is absolutely ripping down this course. Let's have a look. He definitely wants to stay clean, although he's so good that he could pick up a touch and he would still be able to. And look at that, he's 2 seconds quicker already than his French teammate Anatol Delassus, and he is absolutely zooming down this course. This has been a very strong start.
It's like magic, you know. For me, it's. I'm sorry, I can't talk. It's
no, well, I'm not surprised. He is actually making the boat sing at the moment. You could almost, if you put your, oh, there we go. There's a mistake. There is a mistake for Titouan Castryck. How big is the mistake? How costly will that be? Let's keep an eye on that time. He's got to go under the time of Anatole Delassus. It's going to be very close at this next split. Let's have a look. He's just outside. It's going to come down to the last couple of gates here for Titouan Castryck. He knows that he's made a mistake. He's wondering now, do I need to really go for it? He will anyway. He'll go for it anyway. He's got this last upstream gate. He's got to get this perfect. Turns, heads for the finish line. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Oh my goodness. What does that mean? He has finished third. Wow. Wow. That is unbelievable. Anatole Delassus gets the win. What? So it's double points. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough,
don't know.
Roman? We'll have to wait for somebody to do the maths for us. It's going to be so tight. And I've got to say, it seems quite cruel that a man can win 3 gold medals in the season and not be the overall champion. But yeah, what happened here, Roman? Talk us through it. What did he do wrong here?
I don't know. I think Titouan is always trying to find the balance with his boat first, so he can get the speed from it. And I think he was just trying to do that.
Unbelievable. Well, Anatole Delassus is our World Cup champion for today. Let's see what he thinks about being on top of the podium for the first time this year.
Anatole, you held strong. You're the World Cup final winner. How does it feel?
I feel really good. It's a big achievement for me. It's my first World Cup win, so I'm really glad, and it's perfect. It's a perfect day.
And we have to say, you've been second 3 times. There's no more second again now. You're the winner. You've finally beaten Titouan Castryck. I mean, it's a special moment, no?
Yeah, for be honest, during the final of Titouan, until the end, I was really scared because I saw this time, and even with a lot of mistakes, he had a good time. So it's really, really good for me to finish in front of, and I'm really happy with it.
Last season, you were the World Cup overall winner. I believe this year you've come second. Incredible consistency, Anatole. Can you tell us how you put it together over a whole season?
Yeah. It's a good thing. I think I succeed to put a good one in final each time. But the last week in Tassen, I wasn't so good in semi. So globally, it's a good season, and I'm really happy for it. I hope the biggest thing arrive next month.
Do you have a message to anyone who's trying to be as consistent as you?
No. I don't have to say something. Just take fun, have pleasure on the water, and it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you, Anatole. And here in the shot we have Noah Hegger. You finished second, I believe, Noah. Do you have a message for the home crowd here in German?
Vielen Dank für die Unterstützung, trotz dem schlechten Wetter. Es hat riesig viel Spaß gemacht, heute Wettkampf zu fahren. Es war gleich nicht mein bester Einstieg in den Wettkampf, aber ihr habt mich runtergepusht, und vielen Dank, ihr seid die Besten.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you.
Danke. Danke, as they might say. Roman, I believe. There we go. Anatole Delassus gets the win. Noah Hegger, the silver. Titouan Castryck gets the bronze. I'm thinking, I've just been doing some raw maths. Maths is not my strong point, but I think Titouan will hold on just to be the overall champion, but we'll have to wait and see confirmation.
Yeah.
There.
I was thinking the same because Anatole didn't make the final last week, so maybe, I don't know. Maybe. It's either one of them.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Yes.
326 to 309, and Polizic with a 256 comes in third. So that is your confirmation. Castryck, Delassus and Polizic are your gold, silver and bronze medalists in the men's standing. Now, I don't think we've seen the women's standing yet. We need to wait and see if we can, confirmation of the women's standings as well. But I'm pretty sure that it was Kimberly Woods who got the women's overall World Cup title as well. We'll have to wait and see with that as well. We might be about to see it. Here we go. Yes, Kimberly. Wow, look at that. Great Britain 1, 2 and 3. So Kimberly Woods with a 2.89. Lowest leave a 2.62. Wow, look how tight that is. Every leave path 2.60. That is super tight, isn't it? What a great. And then Ricarda Funk missing the final but still finishing 4th, which is a pretty good performance. So yeah, that's a great recognition for consistency during the season. So well done to all the athletes involved. Well, what a day. What an incredible finals we saw, Roman. Thank you so much for being part of our commentary. Of course, are we going to do it all again tomorrow? Shall we do it for the canoe tomorrow? What do you reckon? I mean, we had fun today. We should do it again tomorrow, I reckon.
Yeah, we should. I'll be there.
Good. So wherever you've been watching around the world, we hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the men's and women's kayak competition. Some fantastic paddling, some exciting paddling. Tomorrow we've got exactly the same in the canoe for the men and the women. And then don't forget, on Sunday we'll wrap up our World Cup season with kayak cross, individual time trials, and of course head-to-head racing. Congratulations to Kimberly Woods, congratulations to Titouan Castryck. They are our overall World Cup champions. And to Kimberly and Anatole Delassus for their gold medals today. It's been exciting racing. Thank you wherever you've been watching. Thank you for being part of the Planet Canoe team. And if you're part of our family watching online, we really do appreciate you supporting our sport. Let's do it all again tomorrow from early in the morning. And we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Medaillenzeremonie im Kajak einer der Damen beginnt. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the women's kayak will begin. Meine Damen und Herren, wir präsentieren die Medaillengewinnerinnen im Kajak einer der Damen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the women's kayak. The medals will be presented by Bernd Kretzle, Mayor of Augsburg, accompanied by the team leader of Great Britain, Mark Radcliffe. Die Medaillen werden präsentiert vom Bürgermeister der Stadt Augsburg, Bernd Kretzle, begleitet vom Teamleader aus Großbritannien, Mark Radcliffe. And the bronze medalist is Lois Lever, Great Britain. The silver medalist is Elena Lillig, Germany. And the gold medalist is Kimberly Woods, Great Britain. Meine Damen und Herren, bitte erheben Sie sich für die Nationalhymne von Großbritannien. Please rise for the national anthem of Great Britain. Noch einmal Ihr Applaus für die Medaillengewinnerinnen. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the medalists. Einer der Männer beginnt. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the men's kayak will begin. Meine Damen und Herren, wir präsentieren die Medaillengewinner im Kajak einer der Männer. Und die Medaillen werden präsentiert von Sandra Petz-Rauch, Vorstandsvorsitzende der Stadtsparkasse Augsburg, begleitet von der Teamleaderin aus Frankreich, Marianne Aguillot. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the men's kayak event. The medals will be presented by Sandra Petz-Rauch, CEO of Stadtsparkasse Augsburg, accompanied by Team Leader France, Marianne Aguillot. The bronze medalist is Titouan Castryck, France. The silver medalist is Noah Hegge, Germany. And the gold medalist is Anatole Delassus, France. Bitte erheben Sie sich für die Nationalhymne von Frankreich. Please rise for the national anthem of France. Medaillengewinner, please show recognition for the medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. We have the medalist ceremony for the overall World Cup.
eigentlich auf die Karte im Template? Kannst du das belegt?
Ja, hab ich nicht geschaut, muss ich sagen. Okay. Warte mal. Schade, gell?
Ja.
Nicht so gut sein, dass ich eigentlich gerechnet habe. Ich habe gerechnet, sie packt.
Ja, mal alle mitgerechnet.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Medaillenehrung im Gesamtweltcup der Damen im Kajak beginnt. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the Women's Kayak Overall World Cup will begin. Meine Damen und Herren, wir präsentieren die Medaillengewinnerinnen im Gesamtweltcup Kajak der Damen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the Women's Kayak Overall World Cup. Die Medaillen werden präsentiert von Karl Haug, dem Vizepräsidenten der Deutschen Kanu-Föderation. The medals will be presented by Karl Haug, Vice President of the German Canoe Federation. The bronze medalist is Evi Leipfert, United States of America. The silver medalist is Lois Lever, Great Britain. And the gold medalist and winner of the overall World Cup is Kimberly Woods, Great Britain. Bitte erheben Sie sich für die Nationalhymne von Großbritannien. Please rise for the national anthem of Great Britain. Noch einmal Ihr Applaus für die Medaillengewinnerinnen und die Weltcupsiegerin. Meine Damen und Herren, die Medaillenzeremonie im Gesamtweltcup, dem Kajak der Männer, beginnt. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the men's kayak overall World Cup will begin. Meine Damen und Herren, wir präsentieren die Medaillengewinner im Gesamtweltcup im Kajak der Männer. Die Medaillen werden präsentiert von Daniele Molmenti, Mitglied des Kanu-Slalom-Komitees ICF. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the men's kayak overall World Cup. The medals will be presented by Daniele Molmenti, ICF Canoe-Slalom Committee member. Und der Bronzemedaillengewinner ist Matusz Polacek, Poland. The silver medalist is Anatole Delassus, France. And the gold medalist and winner of the overall World Cup is Titouan Castryck, France. Bitte erheben Sie sich für die Nationalhymne von Frankreich. Please rise for the national anthem of France. Noch einmal Ihr Applaus für die Medaillengewinner